c. 2995. c. 2995 Fong Haoyun saw that Chen Xiang was enraged and knew that if this continued, there would be a high possibility of conflict. He immediately said, "Don't you guys go too far. This town has never had such rules. Before, because no outsiders came in, there were no such rules, but now that there are outsiders, our Lord has set such rules. This time he is the one who told us to come here and collect their house fees. If they don't have any, then we can only do things according to the rules." The black-clothed man has already walked forward and is preparing to make a move against Qin Xiang and Sun Lingxing. Qin Xiang and Sun Lingxing were already very strong. Seeing that they were approaching, they all gathered their powers and prepared to attack. "Wait a minute. How much money do they need for housing?" "I'll pay," Fong Haoyun hurriedly said. Qin Xiang had given him a very precious divine pellet, and Qin Xiang and Sun Lingxing treated him extremely well. How could he let these two youths be taken away to be slaves? "Elder Fong, you don't have to give it to them. These guys can't do anything to us." Qin Xiang's expression was cold, her fists clenched tightly, and Sun Lingxing's jade face was also covered in frost. "Why? Do you want to fight against us?" The black-clothed man suddenly laughed out loud. "This is too funny. You weak foreign chickens actually want to fight us? With just that little bit of strength of yours, not to mention us, even if we were to find a few youngsters, they would still be able to kill you." Fong Haoyun thought so too. Although Chen Xiang could refine divine pellets, it did not mean that he was strong. After all, he was not world-defying stage yet. At this time, many people had come to spectate one after another. When they saw the expressions that Chen Xiang and Sun Lingxing had when they looked at the black-clothed men, they could tell that they wanted to fight the black-clothed men. "Old man Fong, did you not tell these two foreign youngsters how strong your son is? Let's not talk about the two of them. Even if you included with that old fellow here, you still wouldn't be a match for these 5 black divine guards. An outsider who doesn't know his place, he actually dares to provoke black divine guards. Elder Fong, I originally thought that someone would collect your corpse. I didn't think that you would be helping them collect their corpse. What a joke. No, no, no. If they were to fight with the black divine guards, they would not even have a corpse." Old man Fong was already about to die, but he actually brought bad luck to others before he died. He really is a dead man. In the future, we have to stay away from Old Man Fong so that we don't get killed by him. Everyone was discussing amongst themselves. All of them were actually talking about Fong Haoyun, causing Chen Xiang to not understand. Why did these people hate an old man that makes people hate them? He guessed that it must be Fong Haoyun's son doing something behind his back that made everyone here hate Fong Haoyun. This way, he wouldn't need to help this dying old man to break through, and would be able to relieve the pressure. Such a son is truly a SCUM. When Chen Xiang thought about this matter, his heart was filled with anger. At this moment, they heard that the people here were praising their strength, making them extremely happy. So they wanted Chen Xiang and Sun Lingxing to rebel against them, and at that time, they would be able to display their strength. Big brothers, black divine guards, this is my condensed fast birth pearl. I'll give it all to you. Please let these two young people go. Initially, he also wanted to fight with these black divine guards, but he thought that if he died, Qin Xiang and Sun Lingxing's fate would be very bad, so he could only endure for now. The black divine guards looked at the more than 10 white pearls in Fong Haoyun's hands, sneered, and extended his hand to grab them. "Only 10 beads. It's far from enough. I need at least 100 beads. As black divine guards said that he took the 10 pearls and actually wanted to take them for himself. This old geezer is about to die. How can he still have 100 pills? That's right. Hurry up and bring the 3 of them away. Just looking at them is annoying." Chen Xiang was completely enraged. He looked at the black divine guards and said solemnly, "Hand over all those quick birth origin orbs just now, and I'll spare your life." Hearing Qin Xiang's words, everyone was stunned, then burst out laughing. They actually wanted Black Divine Guards to hand over the quick birth pearl. In their eyes, this was simply overestimating himself. Using the D Mysteries method to cultivate, it would allow the herbs to grow at a rapid rate. When planting the herbs, one only needed to bury them next to the herbs and use them as fertilizer. Brat, you actually dare to speak like that to me. You're courting death, right? The Black Divine Guards was fierce and harsh. As he spoke, he arrived in front of Chen Xiang, raised his palm, and slapped Chen Xiang's mouth. Pucci! He just saw that when his hand was about to swing out, a cold light flashed. It was Chen Xiang who suddenly summoned out his heavenly magic sword, using the demurdering sword techniques to slash at the Black Divine Guards' shoulder. Black Divine Guard screamed miserably. One of his arms was already on the ground, but his arm was actually cut off at an extremely fast speed. Unexpectedly, no one present saw whether Chen Xiang used a blade or a sword, because his speed was too fast. Everyone looked at Black Divine Guards' bloodied arm on the ground and couldn't help but to be shocked. This seemingly weak young man actually had such a powerful strength and a stonies. Plussing speed. You. How dare you attack me? The Black Divine Guards was also extremely frightened. So what? After Chen Xiang finished speaking, a cold light flashed again. Black Divine Guards' head had fallen to the ground, while Sun Lingxing waved his hand and released a white light that struck the black-clothed man's head and body. The corpse that was by Sun Lingxing's white light turned into a cloud of white ice crystals and dissipated. The powerful Black Divine Guards died, just like that, which made everyone present dumbstruck. The other 4 Black Divine Guards could already see that Chen Xiang and Sun Lingxing were extremely strong. However, they were not willing to be outdone. They felt that their boss had underestimated Chen Xiang and Sun Lingxing, and thus was successful in getting taken care of by Chen Xiang and Sun Lingxing. If they were more careful, they would definitely be able to take both of them down. After all, they were from the Venerable Ancestor later stage, and their Black Divine Guards was very famous here. It was because they were the strongest Venerable Ancestor later stage. They felt that even if Chen Xiang and Sun Lingxing were both powerful Venerable Ancestor later stage they wouldn't be that powerful. With 4 of them here, they would definitely be able to defeat Chen Xiang and Sun Lingxing. Fang Haoyun knew that Chen Xiang and Sun Lingxing had already caused a great disaster because killing the Black Divine Guards was equivalent to becoming enemies with the master of the Black Divine Guards, and there was no way to avoid it. A Black Divine Guards took out a black long blade and suddenly flew over. But after walking a few steps, everyone saw a skinny figure flash out and rush towards the Black Divine Guards. Fang Haoyun made his move. In that moment, the burst of power he released caused everyone to wake up. Although Fang Haoyun was old, although he was close to death, but he was the oldest person here, his strength was definitely not weak. C. 2996. C. 2996, a battle between experts at the peak of the Venerable Ancestor later stage, would usually cause quite a commotion. However, Fang Haoyun didn't make any huge movements when he made his move. In a flash, he arrived in front of Black Divine Guards and extended his withered hand out like a poisonous snake, silently piercing into Black Divine Guards' chest and immediately cruise. Plussing his heart, and after his hand had entered Black Divine Guards' body, another burst of strong force burst out, charging into Black Divine Guards' limbs and bones, causing the Black Divine Guards' bones and muscles to be instantly destroyed and turned into ABLOODY mist. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. Fang Haoyun was not as weak as they thought, and was even stronger than they expected. He was so strong that they had never expected him to be, and they all thought that Fang Haoyun, who was about to die of old age, shouldn't have such strength. But the move that Fang Haoyun had just made had shocked them. When Sun Lingxing saw that the remaining 3 Black Divine Guards wanted to escape, She immediately released her power of frost and frozen the 3 black divine guards. Qinxiang also cooperated very well and used his demurdering sword techniques to kill one of them. Feng Haoyun, who was fuming, came to the back of a black divine guards with a cold expression. His pair of powerful, skinny claws instantly pierced that person's back, and then released a strong power from within, ripping black divine guards' body apart and turning him into a mist. It was at this time that Sun Lingxing unleashed a ray of white light on the remaining black divine guards. Using an extremely strong, icy cold power, he completely froze the remaining black divine guards in ice, and then smashed apart this block of ice, turning his body into countless of swift crystals. Everyone's hearts were filled with fear, because Qinxiang and the other 2 had actually killed the 5 black divine guards so quickly, and did not even cause much of a commotion. From this, it could be seen that their strengths were far above black divine guards'. Feng Haoyun looked at the dumbstruck people around him, and suddenly became furious. He shouted at them, and then blasted out a palm, the power of the palm exploding out like a monstrous wave, shaking out numerous black palm images. Countless palm images merged together, and like a black tide, they mightily rushed towards the group of people. Kraz. H. Plus Feng Haoyun's powerful palm strength submerged the entire group of people, causing waves and waves of shocking sounds to burst out, making the group of people fall flat on their backs. All of them were flung out, and blood gushed out of their mouths. The worst thing was Feng Haoyun's palm strength was like a heart-piercing needle, continuously piercing into their bodies, causing them endless pain all over. Elder Feng, it should be like this. Since I'm going to die sooner or later, I might as well enjoy myself. Qinxiang laughed heroically, and then released a heavenly dragon seal, blasting that group of people. Those who had mocked and ridiculed Feng Haoyun earlier were now all screaming in pain, although there were quite a few of them with venerable ancestor later stages. They didn't have the power to resist at all, and were severely injured by Qinxiang and Feng Haoyun in an instant. Although I can't beat my son, but I can still deal with you guys. The reason why Feng Haoyun could endure it before was because he didn't have any hope for his own future. Furthermore, he was from the oldest generation and relied on the principle of not fighting with the younger generation. But now Qinxiang and Sun Lingxing were being bullied, causing him to explode because right now he was not doing it for himself, but for someone else, for the 2 young men who he had just met and was very polite to him. Seeing Feng Haoyun's heroic spirit at this time, the people who were lying on the ground wailing felt as if Feng Haoyun had stepped into the world-defying stage. The life force in his body was extremely vigorous. It did not look like he was going to burn out at all. Let's leave this place quickly. That little bee, A-S-T-A-R-D, will be here very soon. We have not stepped into the world-defying stage yet, so we are not his match. Feng Haoyun said, then anxiously started to run. Qinxiang and Sun Lingxing followed behind him and very quickly entered into a forest. After such an incident, this small town, which had been peaceful for many years, suddenly exploded. The people who were injured were all furious. They wished they could find Feng Haoyun and rip him to shreds. Now that everyone had gathered, they were actually going to suppress Feng Haoyun, because at that time there were a lot of people who were injured and many houses were destroyed. In addition, they were very unhappy about how the old fellow whom they had mocked so many times had actually become so strong, which made them very unbalanced in their hearts. Furthermore, no matter how Feng Haoyun was bullied by them, he did not utter a single word. This made them feel that they were extremely strong, and made them feel that the older generation was just a bunch of trash. Feng Haoyun had told Qinxiang before that everyone here could quickly enter the venerable ancestor later stage, but their foundation was extremely weak. Adding to that, they lacked contact with the outside world and simply did not know how powerful the outside world was. That was why they were so conceited. However, now that they saw the 2 young men who had entered from the outside, they felt that they were inferior to them, and fear arose in their hearts. They felt that Chen Xiang and Sun Lingxing were a great threat to them, and were afraid that they would be ruled. In the largest mansion in the small town, a middle-aged man smashed a stone chair, his face full of anger. We should have killed him back then, but now he has come back to life. If he had entered the world-defying stage, all of us would not have a good time. There were still a few people beside the middle-aged man. They all had the appearance of a middle-aged man, and were all in world-defying stage. This place isn't that big. We can definitely find them. That's right. As long as we can find them, we will immediately eliminate them all. Don't worry, he won't be able to enter the world-defying stage. The pills that can be used to refine are already under our control. The little remaining medicinal ingredients in his possession have been swindled away by you. If he were to suddenly become so powerful, he would probably be holding in his breath. Not long after, he will die. We don't need to be so worried. I'm just afraid that those two youngsters might have some tricks up their sleeves. Fong Haoyun's son, Fong Tianlei, had a face full of worry because once his father stepped into the world-defying stage, his father would immediately eliminate him. The people here were all from the world-defying stage and had all betrayed Fong Haoyun before. This was also what they were worried about. So right now, the most urgent matter was to find Fong Haoyun. Otherwise, it would be too much trouble for them. They might even go to the myriad Tao Danji, Di's tomb. A middle-aged man said, "The outsiders must have come because of this tomb. No matter what it is, they would only be willing to go and have a look." Even they had gone there many times to investigate. Even though they did not find anything, they had always been unwilling to part with it. So every once in a while they would go to myriad Tao Danji, Di's tomb, to search for something. See 2997. See 2997. The inside of the world-defying stage divine mausoleum was just a small See, if there were people here who wanted to find Chen Xiang and the others, they would be able to find it very quickly. So Fong Haoyun was currently very worried. When he brought Chen Xiang and the others to the mausoleum, he was already very worried. Chen Xiang and Sun Lingxing could both see that, and Sun Lingxing did not know why, so he was not too worried because she knew that Chen Xiang was still hiding a woman from the world-defying stage. Although she had only just entered the world-defying stage, from Sun Lingxing's experience, that woman's world-defying stage divine power was not weak. Chen Xiang was not too worried because Long Chimu had already eaten his heaven and earth infinite Dan long ago and went into the secret room to train. Other than that, there was also Tang Zhongjie. In order for them to make the best use of their time to break through, Chen Xiang had even secretly used spatial energy to cover the entire Yu Yao Mountain Villa, making the time in the Yu Yao Mountain Villa different from the time outside. The myriad Tao Danji, Di's mausoleum is right here. Fong Haoyun only used a little more than half a day to bring Chen Xiang and Sun Lingxing to the depths of the forest. Chen Xiang could sense that there was a burst of spatial energy fluctuating in this place. Because he was at the edge of this SPAC, he could feel it. This is the myriad Tao Danji, Di's mausoleum. Chun Xiang looked at an extremely old stone tablet. Although there were a lot of spots on it, one could still see some words on it. It did not mention the name of the myriad Tao Danji, Di, but there was a sentence written on it. Reversal of Yin and Yang Danji, Di mystery myriad Tao will forever be. Chun Xiang read the sentence and began to think. Sun Lingxing said, "Could it be the Real Danji Di mystery is inside? After you obtain it, you will be able to live as eternally as the myriad Tao?" Fong Haoyun nodded his head. "Yes, that's why we have been coming here the entire time. We have been searching this place from time to time, but have been unable to find anything." There were trees all around the area, and on this flat ground, there was only a stone tablet about half the height of a person. Judging from the markings on the stone tablet, this stone tablet had been attacked many times before and had been cut down by weapons, but they did not destroy it. "All right, we'll start looking around now and see if we can find any clues." Chun Xiang released a lot of heaven-devouring rat, and he had a portion of them burrow into the ground to search for anything, to see if they were burying themselves deep underground. Sun Lingxing also controlled his heaven-devouring rat to search everywhere. At this time they had already separated and were searching the forest for clues related to the Alchemy Geode's tomb. Not too long after, a day had passed. The three of them had all gathered in front of that stone tablet, but they had all come up empty-handed. Nothing. Qin Xiang frowned. I have already looked underneath the monument. There isn't anything, but the monument is strange, as though it is connected to the ground, and I am unable to pull it out. Qin Xiang tried with all his might, and indeed, he could not get the stone monument up. It's been so many years, and it has always been this way. If there was any clue nearby, it would have been discovered long ago. Looks like Pil Ji. Oh, Di's old ancestor made a big joke with everyone. Fang Haoyun laughed bitterly. Qin Xiang looked at the words on the tablet and asked, "Why do you need to write the 4 words reverse yin-yang?" These 4 words should be very important. Otherwise, they wouldn't be placed at the very front. If we look at it from the top, if we were to link together, we would first have to reverse yin and yang in order to obtain the danji. Oh, mystery, and then live forever together with the myriad Tao. Not good. Someone is coming in. Sun Lingxing suddenly shouted. Her heaven-devouring rat noticed that someone had entered. There are dozens. They are not weak. Maybe my B-A-S-T-A-R-D son is here. Let's hurry up and leave. Fang Haoyun anxiously said, Let's wait for the next time. Let's avoid them first. Qin Xiang frowned as he looked at the stone monument. He had just gotten his bearings. This place is so small, where can we escape to? Qin Xiang asked. Anyway, let's get out of here first. Fang Haoyun's expression suddenly changed because he felt a familiar aura and coldly said, That be A-S-T-A-R-D Fang Tianlei is here. Sun Lingxing said, Qin Xiang, come next time. Elder Fang, when myriad Tao Dan Ji. Oh, D came to this place. Did he die? Who set up this stone tablet? Qin Xiang was indifferent because he had already thought of some very important things. The monolith was set up by himself. In short, he knew that he was about to die, and then he entered this forest. When we came here to look for him, after a few years, we saw this stone tablet. And since then, he hasn't appeared again. Fang Haoyun said, That should be it. Qin Xiang placed his hand on the stone tablet, then released the power of time. Closing his eyes, he used the power of time to envelop the stone tablet and control the time reversal of the stone tablet. This was the reversal of yin and yang. Seeing this scene, Sun Lingxing and Fang Haoyun were shocked to the core. They immediately understood what it meant to reverse yin and yang. And this was also the most important thing, to control the power of time and reverse the flow of time. If Qin Xiang was actually able to control the power of the time laws, then he could even reverse the flow of time. Sun Lingxing knew that Qin Xiang could control the power of S-P-A-C, and that was already very strong. But now he could actually control time, which made her even more surprised. They are here. Suddenly, someone shouted in excitement. As soon as his voice fell, a few people appeared, one of them being Fang Tianlei, son of A-B-I-T-C-H. Seeing Fang Tianlei, Fang Haoyun cursed. At this time, Qin Xiang had also stopped using the power of time, because many spirit grain had already appeared on the monument. Now, all he needed to do was activate one of the spirit grain to activate the array formation. Fang Tianlei and the others did not notice the changes on the monument, but Qin Xiang had already blocked it with his body. Haha, you guys are dead for sure today. Fang Tianlei laughed maniacally. Trash father, you're going to die anyway. Why are you struggling like this? Isn't it all because of you B-A-S-T-A-R-D-S-S-N-A-T-C, hang our medicinal pill formula? Mentioning this matter, Fang Haoyun was immediately enraged. Sooner or later, you will all be met with retribution. You're about to die, yet you still have so much to say. Feng Tianlei waved his hand and said to the people behind him, "Capture those 2 foreign youths. I want to interrogate them about the matters outside." Just as the group of people were about to come over, the stone tablet suddenly exploded with a burst of intense light aura, enveloping Qin Xiang, Sun Lingxing, and the rest. Seeing that the stone tablet had such a large movement, Feng Tianlei was both shocked and jealous. This was because he did not expect the stone tablet, which had been devoid of any activity for so many years, to have such a reaction. See 2998. See 2998 after the white light from the stone tablet enveloped Qin Xiang and the other 2. It also produced a very strong wave of energy. "Quick, stop them!" After Feng Tianlei shouted, the white light suddenly disappeared, and Qin Xiang and the other 2 disappeared. This made Feng Tianlei jealous and infuriated. He aimed a ferocious attack at the stone monument, but the force emitted from his attack was completely absorbed by the stone monument. Why? Why did they cause such a reaction on the stone steel? Feng Tianlei carefully examined the monolith, but he did not discover anything. The monolith had returned to its original state, full of spots. It wasn't just Feng Tianlei, but several dozen people were extremely suspicious of this, as they had already searched for many years. But they had never seen such a reaction from a stone tablet before. Some people had even stayed here for tens of thousands of years just to wait for the stone tablet to move, but none of them succeeded in the end. Now, just the 2 of them coming here was enough to cause such a strong reaction from the stone tablet. Furthermore, they disappeared from here as well, making the world-defying stage like Feng Tianlei and the others go crazy. At this moment, they were all gathered here, constantly bombarding the stone tablets. They believed that even if they could not enter the stone steel, they had to destroy it. They were very worried that Qin Xiang and the others would become strong inside before coming out to take revenge on them. "I must think of a way to destroy the monolith." Feng Tianlei fiercely punched the stone monument a few times. Although his power was very strong, it was all quickly absorbed by the stone monument, causing him to be extremely furious. After Qin Xiang and the other 2 entered the stone monument, they arrived at a vast and white S, P-A-C. Upon entering, Feng Haoyun shouted in shock, "Ancestor!" Inside the white S, P-A-C sat a handsome young man with snow-white hair. He was sitting on a stone platform with his eyes closed. He looked very peaceful. His face was pale and devoid of any life. "This is the myriad Tao Danji. Oh, Di Wan Yongpsang. I never thought that he would die in the end." Sun Lingxing couldn't help but sigh. When she came here back then, she had already heard the legend of Wan Yongpsang never dying. Feng Haoyun kneeled in front of Wan Yongpsang and said in an extremely ashamed tone, "It's all because of the younger generation being useless. I'm only here now." Even after Qin Xiang and his group walked over, they did not discover anything. "Looks like it took myriad Tao Danji, a long time to exhaust his lifespan after he came in." Qin Xiang said, "I wonder what sort of breakthrough he had made during this period of time. They did not discover anything here. Let's see if there's anything on the royal elder's body." Feng Haoyun knew that Qin Xiang wanted to do it, but because Wan Yongpsang was his ancestor, he could not say anything. Qin Xiang nodded. Feng Haoyun searched through Wan Yongpsang's body, but did not find anything and was a little disappointed. "Forget it. At least we're safe now." Qin Xiang was rather open-minded. "How about, would you like to use your soul-searching technique to take a look?" Sun Lingxing said again, looked at Feng Haoyun and nodded his head. They were currently in a difficult situation, so they had no choice but to do so. Furthermore, Feng Haoyun thought that his own grandfather's things needed to be said down, and he felt that Qin Xiang was the best inheritor. Qin Xiang took a deep breath, then touched Wan Yongpsang's head. Just as he was about to use the soul-absorbing devil spell, A large portion of memories instantly entered his mind. That was Wan Yongsang's comprehension of the Danji, the mystery. Other than this, Chun Xiang could also feel that someone else was in front of him. After waiting for so many years, someone finally came here. The voice belonged to a man, and it was very magnetic. Is it Senior Wan Yongsang? Chun Xiang was shocked, and then he thought of what he had to say. Yes, do you think I'm dead? Wan Yongsang laughed. So you're saying that you're still alive? Chun Xiang asked in surprise. I'm still alive. Of course, I almost died, but luckily I was able to break through in the end, and the corpse that you saw was only a clone of mine. My original body had already transcended the myriad Tao and was no longer restricted by all the restrictions of the myriad Tao. So after you obtain my inheritance, I hope that you could cherish and cultivate well. Wan Yongsang's words caused Chun Xiang to be extremely shocked. Wan Yongsang had succeeded. Definitely. Chun Xiang said solemnly, Senior, I will definitely come and find you. All right, then we'll meet again someday, haha. Wan Yongsang laughed boldly. Chun Xiang had also woken up. What's wrong? Sun Lingxing asked anxiously. Fang Haoyun looked at Chun Xiang, waiting for his answer. It's a success. I have already obtained Senior Wan Yongsang's inheritance. Chun Xiang's face revealed a smile. He isn't dead. This is only his clone. Just then, Wan Yongsang's clone suddenly disappeared. The inheritance had been obtained by Chun Xiang. Good. Fang Haoyun was very excited. Tears couldn't help but fall from her eyes. Elder Fang, I'll share the Danji, D-Mystery's insights with you right now. This is your ancestors, after all. Chun Xiang laughed. Fang Haoyun hurriedly nodded. And then Chun Xiang started to discuss Wan Yongsang's insights into the Danji, D-Mystery with him, in order to save time. Chun Xiang had even released a power of time to envelop them all. A month had said, and outside it had only been a day. Chun Xiang and Fang Haoyun both gained a lot of insights into the Danji, D-Mystery. Although there were some contradictions with the heavenly alchemy inside the Danji, D-Mystery, they only appeared to be contradictions on the surface, but they were still the same. Chun Xiang realized that the most powerful thing about the Danji, D-Mystery, was that it could thoroughly stimulate the potential quality of medicinal herbs. This was a little similar to the crash method. The method in the Danji, D-Mystery, was very gentle, allowing the medicinal herbs to grow and grow quickly. It was equivalent to having 2 lives in 1, 2 lives in 4, and a grain of rice quickly become a jar of rice and then merge together again. Derived spell. This was the name Wan Yongsang gave to this method of refinement, and was also the most important pill technique in the Danji, D-Mystery. Chun Xiang was considering whether he could fuse the 2 powers together. If he could, he would create an even more powerful training method. Did Senior Wan Yongsang mention the method to cultivate the primordial divine body? Sun Lingxing asked. No. Chun Xiang shook his head. But there is a related medicinal formula within the Danji, D-Mystery, and I should be able to find the medicinal ingredients here. Back then, he had brought in many medicinal ingredients for the seed. There are medicinal ingredients here, but they are extremely precious. Although only one is needed, it is very difficult to collect. Fang Haoyun said, Is it difficult to cultivate world-defying heaven fruit? Chun Xiang asked. Yes, blossoming for 1,000,000 years, fruiting for 1,000,000 years, maturing for 1,000,000 years. Fang Haoyun sighed. I had one before, but it was taken away by my evil son. Now I am only left with the dying tree root. Where are the roots? Chun Xiang asked quickly. C. 2999. C. 2999. Fang Haoyun gave the tree root to Chun Xiang. He knew that Chun Xiang could control time. If Chun Xiang used the power of time to plant it, it might be able to shorten the time. He suddenly understood why Wan Yongsang had to do such a thing on the stone monument. This was mainly to S down the inheritance to those who understood the laws of time. Only then would the greatest power of the inheritance be displayed. Otherwise, in the hands of others, it wouldn't be of much use. Which is to say, Wan Yongpsang also knew about the time laws. Chun Xiang lost to Mei Jing sisters, and then took out the remaining heaven and earth infinite Dan in his hands, and gave it to Fang Haoyun. Senior, you better try to see if you can enter world defying stage now. If you can break through, we'll be much safer too. Fang Haoyun still had a few heaven and earth infinite Dan in his hands, but it was not enough for him to break through. All right. Fang Haoyun never thought that Chun Xiang would actually refine so many pills. He knew that these pills would definitely not be easy to refine. Spirit Star, wait a moment. When I refine a new heaven and earth infinite Dan, I'll give it a try. Chun Xiang was not in a hurry to break through, because he couldn't wait to try the magical refining method inside the Danji. Oh, mystery. Sun Lingxing nodded his head. If I can step into the world-defying stage and search for the power that I left behind back then, I might be able to become even stronger. Chun Xiang felt that Sun Lingxing should have been the same as the world-defying stage Tao ancestor back then. Both of them who had cultivated the same kind of prideful, profound art. However, this was still far from the point of being put to death. There might be a reason behind Sun Lingxing's death. Chun Xiang took out the pill furnace, placed the heaven and earth infinite Dan's medicinal ingredients inside, and then used the derivation method to refine it. The derived method was the same as the crash method. They had to start after the medicine crystal fused together. He had fused the medicine crystal into a very big crystal pearl. According to the description of the derivation method, as long as he used the derivation method, he would be able to make the big crystal pearl grow into a small bead. After forming a small one, the smaller one would be fused into the larger one, and after that, the smaller one would be fused into the larger one, and after fusing it again and again, the quality would continue to improve, quite fast. Chun Xiang, in less than 2 hours, had that large medicine crystal give birth to a small one. However, this little one was not small at all. It was much larger than what Chun Xiang had imagined. Half the size of his original body. Good. Now fuse this small one into your main body, and let your main body's quality increase. When Chun Xiang saw that the medicine crystal was so big, he was secretly excited. If he were to absorb it, the quality would definitely increase by a lot. He released the world-defying D-Fire, burned the original body and the clone, putting both in a half-melted state, and then used the powerful world-defying stage divine power to combine the two. The process of fusing was very easy and fast. In just a moment, the original body was separated from the original body, so the process of fusing with the same root was naturally completed. The two didn't reject each other at all, and their fusing was very fast. The quality has increased by quite a bit. This is equivalent to me having a collision. Chun Xiang didn't expect that just fusing with a big derivative would raise the quality by so much. After fusing, the size would still be the same as before. Chun Xiang had already compressed this before, so the quality would rise by so much. How can I combine it with the crash method? Chun Xiang was deep in his thoughts, and very quickly he had a clue. Make the main body give birth to 9 clones, and then use 9 clones to collide with the main body. After thinking about it, Chun Xiang still felt a bit of excitement. If he succeeded, the quality would be beyond his imagination. This was also a huge challenge for him. The quality of the body separation was very high. If he were to collide with them, he would definitely be able to unleash a very powerful force. At this time, Chun Xiang had no choice but to release the 6 realms mirrors. Even though his Tianchuang furnace were powerful, he was still worried that it would be damaged. He could imagine how terrifying the energy that would explode from that scene would be. Chun Xiang released a barrier from the 6 realms mirrors at the bottom of the Tianchuang furnace, allowing him to feel more at ease. After that, he used the derivation method and carried on for nearly 8 hours, finally allowing the big crystal eye to produce 9 clones. When he used the derivation method, it consumed a lot of world-defying stage divine power. Thankfully, Chun Xiang had a few world-defying stage divine power pills to support him with in order to make him so fast. If not for the world-defying stage divine power, he would need a lot more time. It's starting. Chun Xiang was extremely nervous. Her entire face was perspiring profusely. Sun Lingxing watched by the side, but she did not know what Chun Xiang was doing. Chun Xiang was very familiar with the crash method, but this was the first time he was using it like this. Let's go all out. Chun Xiang clenched his teeth and poured all of his power into the 9B ALLS of bodies. Then he exploded with a burst of force, allowing the 9B ALLS of bodies to instantly fly out and collide with each other like lightning. Boo! Oh. The Tianchuang furnace suddenly shook, and the burst of M-U-F fled sound startled Feng Haoyun, who was cultivating at the side. What's wrong? Feng Haoyun hurriedly asked. At this time, Chun Xiang's Tianchuang furnace was shaking nonstop, and at the same time, it was releasing wave after wave of energy. It's nothing, I'll calm down soon. Chun Xiang gritted his teeth and said he never thought that the energy wave would be so strong. Even 6 realms mirrors were unable to resist it. Are you sure you're not refining a berserk demon? Sun Lingxing released a protective S-H-I plus ELD to protect himself from the energy waves that the Tianchuang furnace was releasing. Why do I feel like a strong berserk demon is I'm pinging to you in your furnace. That's about it. Chun Xiang forced out a smile. After a while, the Tianchuang furnace gradually stabilized, and Chun Xiang gasped for air. It was extremely strenuous for him, but he had already controlled it, which made him extremely excited. After it is derived, it will clash again. The quality is the same as when I execute the 10 Cras. H. Plus, Chun Xiang looked at the fragments within the Tianchuang furnace and became ecstatic. And now it was not over yet. He was using the derivation method on those pieces of debris, causing them to give birth to tiny clones. If he were to fuse them together later, the quality would increase by a great amount. If he had enough power to continuously break through, then the quality would have no limit. I'm already at my limit. Otherwise, I won't be able to form a core until later. Chun Xiang was not willing to give up, but he knew that if this continued, it would exceed the limits of his control. This situation, for Chun Xiang, was already perfect. He combined the crash method and the derivation method to increase the quality of the energy. He was very satisfied with the fact that the 2 techniques were much better than the ones he used on his own. See 3,000. See 3,000 if the quality was very high before the core formation stage, then it would be extremely difficult to condense a core. As long as I successfully condense the pellet, the quality will definitely be very high. In the future, I only need to familiarize myself with this kind of refining method and increase my refining speed. I only need 1 set of medicinal ingredients to refine heaven and earth infinite Dan, and then I can achieve the effects of multiple medicinal ingredients to refine several pellets. At present, Chun Xiang still needed a long time to concoct this batch of pills, but it was just that he was not familiar with it and needed to concoct it carefully and slowly. As long as he was proficient in it and had ACCU, Mulat a lot of experience, his refining speed would only become faster and faster. Congealing pellets was indeed not easy. Chun Xiang still needed the help of the 6 realms mirrors to complete it, but even so, the progress was still very slow. One would need at least half a month to refine 1 pellet. I wonder how many of them are equivalent to the ones I had before this. As for the effects, even Chun Xiang was not able to guess, because when the 2 types of refinement arts were combined, the quality of the increase was extremely high, and it was impossible to estimate. It took him 3 days to condense the pellet, and from start to finish, he had to use half a month to refine 1 pellet. One must know that he had used the world-defying D-Fire and the world-defying stage divine power to refine this pellet, and had consumed a lot of energy to speed it up. If he had used the world-defying stage Divine Mausoleum S to activate the heaven and earth infinite Dan that he had refined before, then his speed would be extremely fast and definitely not be as slow as it was now. However, to many alchemists, his speed was considered good. Novels were often terrifying. After all, they were prideful pills. The color of the black heaven and earth infinite Dan that Chen Xiang took out from the pill furnace was actually very different from the one that he had refined before. Spirit Star, try it! Chen Xiang handed the pellet over to Sun Lingxing. Sun Lingxing was someone who had once stepped into the world-defying stage, and she had extremely rich experience there. She had also eaten the heaven and earth infinite Dan that Chen Xiang had refined before, so she could accurately determine just how much more effective this pellet was. Sun Lingxing received the black pellet from Chen Xiang and frowned. Is this also a heaven and earth infinite Dan? Chen Xiang nodded his head. Yes, this is something that I refined using the methods inside the Danji. Oh, Mystery, is there something wrong with it? It doesn't have as much spiritual energy as the one you gave me earlier. Sun Lingxing said, I do not know much about pills. You do not need to mind. Eat it and compare it with the one I gave you before. Chen Xiang said. However, as time passed, the medicinal power of the pellet continued to increase, like waves after waves, coming in wave after wave. It became more and more powerful in the end. This surge of myriad Tao power that surged out began to refine by itself, fusing into her body, entering her divine sense sea, strengthening her soul. Seeing Sun Lingxing's current expression, Chen Xiang knew that the effects of the heaven and earth infinite Dan were extremely good. At least, it was better than before. If not, Sun Lingxing would not have such an excited reaction. How effective is the Spirit Star? Chen Xiang asked. Very, very strong. Sun Lingxing consecutively said 2 very strong and said in disbelief. I never thought that such a small pellet would be filled with such a dense amount of energy. My refining speed is already fast enough, but I feel like I will need a long time to finish refining the energy inside it. Can you estimate how much stronger it is compared to the previous pill? Chen Xiang asked. At least 10 times. I'm pretty sure. Sun Lingxing said in a serious tone. I never thought that the Danji, Mystery, would be so powerful. Entering will allow your pill refining to increase by so much. Seems like you only need to eat a few pills to enter world-defying stage. Chen Xiang was very surprised. He had thought that 4 or 5 times was already very good, but now he was 10 times stronger. I need some time to refine it. Sun Lingxing said. Continue with the pill refining. Chen Xiang nodded his head and continued refining the heaven and earth infinite Dan. He had already used his time and energy inside, even though they had been inside for a long time. Not much time had passed, said. Sun Lingxing seemed to be calmly cultivating, but his heart was full of emotions. Chen Xiang was right just now. She only needed to take a few pills to step into the world-defying stage. The Venerable Ancestor later stage troubled many people and was extremely difficult to break through. However, the heaven and earth infinite Dan that Chen Xiang was refining now only needed a few pills to break through. She understood why the myriad Tao Danji, D was able to get rid of the myriad Tao and use the Danji, Mystery, to refine a pill that did not directly absorb the myriad Tao's power. Chen Xiang only used half a month's time to refine a single pill like this. Chen Xiang only needed a few months to refine a few pills, and that would allow a Venerable Ancestor later stage to step into the world-defying stage. This was what shocked her. What she did not know was that Chen Xiang's refining speed would only get faster and faster, and it was even at a time where Chen Xiang's power was restricted. Spirit Star, I'll let you and Elder Fong enter the world-defying stage first. Then you guys can go out and take care of the fellows outside. Take over the pill G, D's S, P, A, C, and leave those people to you and Elder Fong. I don't want to see those guys, Chen Xiang said. After you all leave, I will cultivate inside this tablet by myself. No problem. Sun Lingxing said. Qin Xiang still did not plan to enter the world-defying stage right now because he wanted to cultivate his body first, and then use his flesh to break through into world-defying stage. He wanted to cultivate his arrogant, profound body first, and then his world-defying soul. This way, he would be able to directly reach the early stage of the world-defying stage, and his strength would be much stronger than those who had only cultivated world-defying soul. Qin Xiang's current speed had increased a lot. In 10 days, he could refine a heaven and earth infinite Dan. It was only his second time using the derivation method and the crash method, but he was already able to control it so well that his speed had increased by a lot. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Fang Haoyun was the first one to step into world-defying stage. Fang Haoyun, who looked like he had run out of oil, now looked a lot younger. He looked full of vigor, like a young man in his prime. And the biggest change was his powerful aura of superiority. This was the most obvious thing about the world-defying stage. Congratulations, Elder Fang. Chen Xiang laughed. It's all thanks to your help. I really can't thank you enough. The Danji, mystery was obtained by you, and this is also the best fate for me. Although I managed to learn a little, I am definitely far from you. Fang Haoyun said. Even though he was training seriously, he knew about what was happening outside. He knew that Chen Xiang had refined a super high-quality heaven and earth infinite Dan, and Sun Lingxing, who was cultivating not too far away, also had signs of a breakthrough. Sun Lingxing's cultivation was around world-defying stages sacred level in her previous life, so she had some experience with it. Adding to that the fact that she had also stepped into world-defying stage once before. She had abandoned it for the sake of entering the primordial forest. Now that she had broken through once again, it would be much easier for her. See 3001. See 3001 the reason why Sun Lingxing gave up her cultivation in world-defying stage to enter world-defying stage divine mausoleum was so she could regain her strength from her previous life. But she had no idea if she could find her own. If she couldn't, then it would be very difficult for her to step into world-defying stage again. She had not expected that she would be able to enter the world-defying stage. I can finally feel that familiar strength again. Sun Lingxing clenched her fists tightly, and a smile appeared on her face. At this time, she was able to release her world-defying stage divine power once again, and did not need to use the world-defying stage divine power orb. He broke through. Qin Xiang laughed. All right, now can you guys go out and take care of those fellows? Sun Lingxing looked at Fang Haoyun and nodded. If it wasn't for him waiting for Sun Lingxing, he would have gone out to kill his son. Wait, I was worried that you guys weren't strong enough, so I sent the two of you with me. Qin Xiang laughed as he walked out of Yao Mountain Villa. Sun Lingxing had thought that it was Jiang Xijing, but she hadn't thought that it would actually be a girl that she had never seen before. Other than Long Qiumu, there was also Tang Zhongjie. Tang Zhongjie had been in the venerable ancestor later stage for a very long time, so his foundation was very solid. Is everything ready? I'll send you out now. Qin Xiang? 1. Ben. Read. He directly used the power of SPAC to teleport them outside. Ever since he entered the stone monument, he could use the power of SPAC. The array inside the SPAC couldn't restrain him. Although there were a few world-defying stage S outside, they did not have much strength. Long Qiumu was a dragon demon, so his strength was much stronger than normal people. Tang Zhongjie and Fang Haoyun were both raised up using venerable ancestor later stage S of the ancient rank, so it was naturally not a big deal. Needless to say, Sun Lingxing was extremely powerful in her previous life. It's time for me to break through. I must become very strong. Only then will I be able to swallow the natural law divine Lord. Qin Xiang felt that even if he had the same power as the natural law divine Lord, it would be difficult for him to NATCH the control of the natural law world. unless he had a strength that was many times stronger than natural law divine lords. Then he would be able to obtain it easily. Otherwise, he wouldn't have enough strength to deal with natural law divine lord at that time, and he wouldn't be able to stop natural law divine lord from Paris. I, plussing together with him. When I eat the heaven and earth infinite Dan, I need to channel my power into my body so that I can't enter the divine sense, to cultivate in the 6 souls. Only then can I quickly strengthen my body. Chun Xiang knew the benefits of cultivating his body first. If he could first cultivate world-defying soul, then cultivate his body. This was a rare chance for him to grow a lot bigger, mainly because he wouldn't be able to control the world-defying soul to absorb energy and could not focus on cultivating his body. Chun Xiang had also asked Sun Lingxing and Jiang Xijing before, when they were at the world-defying soul, if they were to cultivate their bodies again. More than half of the energy would be absorbed by the world-defying soul and would not be concentrated in their bodies. If it was absorbed by the world-defying soul, it could make the world-defying soul stronger, but the world-defying soul would not increase, and the energy absorbed would be used for unknown reasons. Until now, it was still a mystery. Thus, in the world-defying stage, if one had the world-defying soul, then cultivating their flesh and blood would be very difficult, and their speed would also be very slow. Especially after cultivating the world-defying holy body, it would be very difficult to make progress in the future. It had to be known that the world-defying stage Tao ancestor created an enormous and boundless world based on the power of the myriad Tao, and since he could not cultivate the primordial divine body, it was no wonder that the world-defying stage Tao ancestor was stuck at the realm of the world-defying holy body. And after cultivating the primordial divine body, there was another realm which was even higher than that which the myriad Tao Danji D had reached so far. This world-defying stage divine mausoleum is very strange. It should have already appeared before the world-defying stage Tao ancestor even created this world. How ancient is that? Chun Xiang had heard Sun Lingxing speak of before, that in their era it was only a small world. Back then it was extremely rich in resources, and their cultivation speed was also extremely fast. That was also the reason why the myriad Tao exhausted so much energy and was executed in the end. After being executed, this group of people's power returned back to the myriad Tao, and the world-defying stage Tao ancestor also appeared at this time. They used their own power and the power of the myriad Tao's power to create a large number of divine spirit, thus owning this enormous world. The world-defying stage Tao ancestor was the descendant of a group of people who were executed in the world-defying stage divine mausoleum, so he was able to use the power of the myriad Tao very well in the later stages to create a beautiful and gorgeous world. The majority of the descendants of this group of people who had been executed in the world-defying stage divine mausoleum had gathered at the world-defying stage heavenly sect. I wonder how world-defying stage Tao ancestor is doing now. Chun Xiang's current improvement speed could be said to be extremely fast. Before, he was only at the venerable ancestor realm, but now he was able to step into the world-defying stage's profound rank. The situation outside world-defying stage divine mausoleum was very complicated. With the appearance of the world-defying stage heavenly sect, the world-defying dragon demon had broken the seal and sent a large number of people into the world-defying stage divine mausoleum. I need to refine 20 heaven and earth infinite Dan. This should be enough for me to be proud of being in the initial stages of the profound body. Chun Xiang thought he had already told Jiang Xijing and Jiang Ximei to cultivate the twin life mysterious technique, and had also told Jiang Ximei to step into the world-defying stage first. Although heaven and earth infinite Danas did not have many medicinal ingredients, they were already enough for Chun Xiang to use. He could use the derivation method and the crash method, and only needed a small amount of medicinal ingredients to refine an extremely high-quality pill. It had only been 3 days since Chun Xiang last refined the pill, but he heard Feng Haoyun's voice from outside. Shanxiang, the things on the outside have been resolved. I don't know why, but an entrance suddenly appeared outside, and some people ran out, but they had no way of coming out. Looks like after you open the stone tablet, you have control of the entire Danji. Oh, demysterious land! Fong Haoyun said, "Did you deal with all the world-defying stage like that?" Qin Xiang said, "It's not that bad to kill someone from the world-defying stage. They were all killed by Miss Sun." When Fong Haoyun said this, he was able to hear that was somewhat afraid, because he didn't know that Sun Lingxing had entered into such a terrifying place. "Qin Xiang, when will you be out?" Sun Lingxing asked. "It might take a while." Qin Xiang thought about it. He was not sure how long it would take. "I want to go for a walk with Chiu Mu," Sun Lingxing said. Sun Lingxing was not weak at the moment, and world-defying stages cultivation was considered very strong here. After all, she had only been in the world-defying stage for a few days, and she had already stepped into the world-defying stage. Adding Long Chiumu into the mix, she felt that there shouldn't be a problem. "All right, be careful." Qin Xiang agreed. Sun Lingxing and Long Chiumu's strength made him feel extremely at ease. See 3002. See 3002 after Sun Lingxing and Long Chiumu left. Fong Haoyun had even told Qin Xiang that when the people inside saw that he, Old Man Fong, had suddenly entered the world-defying stage, they were all extremely frightened and ran away fearfully. At that moment, the place they were in was already an empty city. Qin Xiang felt that this was pretty good. He liked this Danji, demysterious land more, as he planned to set up this place as his base of operations. "I feel like this stone tablet is the body of the Danji, demysterious land. I want to see if I can move the Danji, demysterious land, out of the world-defying stage divine mausoleum." Qin Xiang said. It was definitely very dangerous outside, but the Danji, demysterious land, was extremely safe and hard to break through. Afterwards, he had Fong Haoyun and Tang Zhongjie grow medicinal herbs outside. The medicinal herbs in this Danji, demysterious land, could grow very quickly. Qin Xiang suspected that the myriad Tao Danji, used the power of the time code here back then. After the things outside were settled, Qin Xiang could now refine pills in peace. He had continuously refined Heaven and Earth Infinite Dan for over 7 months, and had refined 20 of them. This was enough for 4 or 5 venerable ancestor later stage S to enter the world-defying stage. But he wanted to use so many Heaven and Earth Infinite Dan to cultivate his own body. Although it had been 7 months, only 7 days had passed set outside, the longest training time. Qin Xiang also didn't know how long it would take for him to step into the world-defying stage. It wouldn't be easy to refine 20 of these super high-quality Heaven and Earth Infinite Dan's energy into his body. I have to use a YBDU world-defying D-Fire to complement my training. The body tempering technique in the myriad Tao Divine arts could do it. At this moment, he felt that the myriad Tao Divine arts were not simple. Although it was created by the world-defying stage Tao ancestor, he had a feeling that the myriad Tao Divine arts was created by an even more powerful person, and was definitely not created by someone who had cultivated a holy body. This was just his current guess. He planned to ask the world-defying stage Tao ancestor about it in the future. Qin Xiang ate 2 super high-quality Heaven and Earth Infinite Danas, and then released them into his own body. After refining the medicinal power within his body, it made the medicinal power become extremely scorching and seeped into the muscles and tendons in his body afterwards. As a result, his body could quickly absorb the powerful medicinal force, and he could also control the power of the pill, so as to not allow the medicinal force to enter the divine sense C. Otherwise, it would lose a large amount and would be absorbed by the 6 souls in large amounts. Over time, he would first cultivate out the world-defying soul, which was something he did not want to see. It will take a long time. This was the first time Qin Xiang had eaten such an ultra-high quality Heaven and Earth Infinite Dan, and he had even eaten 2 of them. At this moment, he could deeply feel the medicinal power that Sun Lingxing had described back then. It was just 2 small pills, but the medicinal strength that was not flowing out kept increasing. Each wave was higher than the last, and each wave was stronger than the last, like an endless supply of energy. He spent an entire 3 months to slowly refine the 2 pellets of heaven and earth infinite Dan into his physical body. At this moment, he could also feel his physical body growing stronger. Good, just like that. Chen Xiang believed that if he were to persevere on, he would definitely be able to cultivate the primordial, profound body. Although it was only at the initial stage, it was still much stronger than someone without the primordial, profound body. Time Pa said quickly during training. In the blink of an eye, Chen Xiang had cultivated for almost 3 years. He only used 18 super high quality heaven and earth infinite danas to cultivate an arrogant, profound body. At this time, he was already a world-defying stage. However, his 6 souls had yet to be transformed into a world-defying soul. What's next is very important to me as well. When the 6 souls transforms into a world-defying soul, my Tao energy can immediately transform into a world-defying stage divine power. At this time, Chen Xiang only released Tao energy from the 6 souls, but once the Tao energy entered his body, it immediately turned into world-defying stage divine power, which was also the benefit of being able to become a prideful, profound body. If he could cultivate the world-defying soul and release it from the world-defying soul, then the world-defying stage divine power would at least increase his physical body by 2 to 3 times. This was also the reason why his profound experience was so strong. After that, he would need to refine heaven and earth infinite Dan S2. After and Jiang Xijing, who were in Yu Yao Mountain Villa to learn the twin life mysterious techniques, they had already stepped into world-defying stage. But now, they were mainly focusing their energy on the world-defying heaven fruit. The root had only grown a little green leaf. Who knew when it would grow into a big tree and then blossom and bear fruit? World-defying heaven fruit were the key to cultivating the primordial divine body. Chen Xiang had to grow it. He continued to concoct pills and cultivate. Although it looked extremely boring, Chen Xiang was actually full of motivation. If I can cultivate world-defying soul, then there definitely isn't just one. Chen Xiang looked at the 6 souls in his body. It was impossible for these 6 divine beasts to be combined. If all of them were to become arrogant soul beasts, then they would all be stronger. Who knows? Maybe all of these divine beasts would be able to cultivate their bodies to the primordial, profound body. Chen Xiang thought back to what Sun Lingxing had mentioned before. It was about the lake that could produce world-defying soul which was extremely difficult to raise, so world-defying soul did not have any grading system. However, the world-defying soul that Chen Xiang was training with right now was alive, a divine beast. Which is to say, even if his world-defying soul absorbed a large amount of medicinal power in the future, it would definitely not be a waste and would only become stronger. At this time, Chen Xiang couldn't wait to try and see if he could cultivate a powerful soul beast. This was his world-defying soul, his loyal divine beast. World-defying beast. These divine beasts will be the strongest group of heavenly beast. Chen Xiang was overjoyed. On the other hand, I might just need to release these world-defying beasts to help me kill off my powerful enemies. Although these were all his guesses, with his years of rich cultivation experience and his understanding of his own cultivation methods, he felt that this should be very likely to be true. During this period of his cultivation, Tang Zhongjie and Fang Haoyun would occasionally come to talk to him. Although there were only 2 people outside, they did not feel bored. Tang Zhongjie was originally a guy who had seen a lot, so he told Fang Haoyun many stories outside, and the 2 of them had already become friends. Chen Xiang just wanted them to wait outside, and when he finished cultivating, he would take them out of the Danji, the mysterious land, and investigate. Felt that there must be a mysterious group controlling this myriad Tao. Otherwise, this world-defying stage divine mausoleum would not appear out of thin air, and not a large number of super strong experts would be caught and brought in. It had to be known that Sun Lingxing had not reached the peak of world-defying stage yet, but he was still executed. See 3003. See 3003. The small towns inside the Danji, demysterious land, were now extremely deserted and desolate. Originally, the people here had all bullied Feng Haoyun before, but when they saw that Feng Haoyun had stepped into the world-defying stage and even killed all the world-defying stage here, they were worried that he would settle the accounts. Now they all escaped from the Danji, demysterious land. After the Danji, demysterious land was controlled by Chen Xiang. They could leave, but they could not enter. Previously, they could only enter and not exit, so this was also the reason why Chen Xiang felt that the Danji, demysterious land was relatively safe. I wonder if anyone else will come here. Within the world-defying stage divine mausoleum, this heaven cauldron pill tomb should be rather famous. If someone heard about what happened here, they might be curious to come here, especially those fellows from the world-defying stage heavenly sect. Chun Xiang went into closed-door cultivation inside the stone tablet. When he thought of the powerful existence, world-defying stage, heavenly sect, he could not help but worry. Inside his divine sense sea world, a dragon's roar suddenly came. He had already succeeded in cultivating one of the 6 souls to the world-defying soul. The current Azure Dragon was just like this, possessing an extremely strong world-defying stage divine power. Great, it's just as I thought. Chun Xiang was very calm at the moment. He would be able to cultivate all the world-defying soul very soon. And at that time he would be at the world-defying stage's profound rank. Even if he didn't have to worry about the world-defying dragon demon, he wouldn't feel any pressure. Time said very quickly. After Qin Xiang ate a large amount of heaven and earth infinite Dan, he suddenly flew into the sky. The 6 souls in his divine sense, had all evolved into world-defying soul. It's a success. I'm already at the world-defying stage's profound rank now. Chun Xiang closed his eyes and activated the world-defying soul to release the power of the world. After entering his primordial profound body, the God power suddenly increased. This feeling of obtaining such a strong power always made him excited. When Chun Xiang came out from the stone tablet, he found that the forest was very quiet. This was a very peaceful place. He wanted to cultivate here for a period of time. However, there were still many matters and powerful enemies waiting for him outside. When Chen Xiang came out, he immediately went to look for Tang Zhongjie and Feng Haoyun. When he walked out of the forest, he suddenly felt that something was amiss. The Danji, demysterious lands suddenly fluctuated. Old Tang, old Feng. Chen Xiang anxiously shouted, the Danji, demysterious land was created by the myriad Tao Danji. It should be very to you. RDY, but right now it seemed like he was being attacked, causing the SPAC to fluctuate. When Tang Zhongjie and Feng Haoyun heard Chen Xiang's voice, they knew that Chen Xiang had come out of closed-door cultivation and anxiously rushed over. What's going on? Why do I feel that the Danji, demysterious land, is not stable? Chen Xiang said he was the most sensitive to the fluctuations of the spatial energy. There are experts from the world-defying stage outside attacking. Although there are some unstable situations, the Danji, demysterious land, will definitely be able to hold on. Feng Haoyun said he understood Danji, demysterious land, very well. Because over the years, it wasn't as if those world-defying stages had never thought of destroying the Danji, demysterious land, but they had never succeeded. Who could be attacking? Chen Xiang frowned. Maybe I'm too sensitive to the energy fluctuations in SPAC. That's why I thought I was going to be breached. According to my experience, this should be an attack from the venerable ancestor later stage. It might be the attacks of those guys that came out from here before. Only they would be so bored to attack here. Feng Haoyun said, That's right, Elder Feng. When I came in with the spirit star, someone brought us in. Who is that fellow? Qin Xiang asked. He is the tomb guards here. but after you entered the stone tablet, he left. He left very early. His strength is quite strong. It seems like he is the cultivation of world-defying stage. I do not know much about him. Chun Xiang, Feng Haoyun, and Tang Zhongjie came to the side of the stone tablet. Qin Xiang had previously said that he wanted to try and see if he could put this stone tablet away, as he felt that this stone tablet was the foundation of the Danji, the mysterious land. Qin Xiang pressed his hands on the stone tablet. He wanted to keep the stone tablet. He had just had that thought, but then he suddenly felt a strong force in the air and saw that he was in a blood-red world. This was the wild bloodland. The heavenly cauldron pill tomb is gone. Chun Xiang looked at the small monument in his hand. He never thought that this would actually be a divine tool. The interior of the heavenly cauldron pill tomb was the Danji, the mysterious land, but he had already successfully kept it. Feng Haoyun and the Taizun realm were currently inside the Danji, the mysterious land, so Qin Xiang immediately let them out. The wild blood. Are those guys before you the ones who just attacked Danji, the mysterious land? Feng Haoyun saw a few dozen people in front of him, and all of them were extremely shocked. They had been crazily attacking the glittering Heaven Cauldron Pill Tomb. But the Heaven Cauldron Pill Tomb had suddenly disappeared. What kind of people are these? Qin Xiang said, they actually attacked so desperately. Could it be that they want to enter? Chan Xiang took a glance and confirmed that these people were not the group that came from Danji, the mysterious land. Although they all had the cultivation level of Venerable Ancestor later stage, their auras were not that strong. He's also not a fellow from the Dragon Clan or world-defying stage heavenly sect. Tang Zhongjie said, could it be that there are people from the world-defying stage divine mausoleum? Chun Xiang shook his head, because Sun Lingxing had said before that there was only one living person in world-defying stage divine mausoleum. Although he had seen many people in the Danji, the mysterious land later on, there was only one living person that was outside of the Danji, the mysterious land, which was the black-clothed middle-aged man that Qin Xiang had met earlier. There are many tombs here. These tombs should be the same as the Danji, the mysterious land. There are people inside, and all of them ran out. I just don't know why he was able to run out. Normally, this sort of situation only happens when the tomb is opened up. Feng Haoyun said, initially, they were involved in the construction of the mausoleum. I never thought that there would be other tombs in this savage, sanguine land. Qin Xiang said, let's go and see if we can contact Spirit Star and the rest. Sun Lingxing and Long Chumu had long since left the Danji, the mysterious land, and Qin Xiang had already given them communication, jade, symbol paper, essay long time ago. He didn't know if he could use them here since SPAC itself had been restricted. Thinking of this, Qin Xiang immediately tried to use the power of SPAC and discovered that he could actually use it. What's going on? His heart was filled with surprise. Previously, he had tried a few times, but to no avail. Now, however, he could. Could it be because I stepped into the world-defying stage? Chen Xiang immediately took out his 6 realms mirrors and entered the 6 realms time and SPAC door to check Long Chumu's Wheel of Fate. He could not see Sun Lingxing's Wheel of Destiny, but he could see Long Chumu's. He had also used this method to find Long Chumu before. See 3004. See 3004 after Chen Xiang found Long Chumu's Wheel of Destiny. He teleported there with Tang Zhongjie and Feng Haoyun. Being able to teleport meant that Chen Xiang could go near Long Chumu. When they arrived, they were immediately shocked. Waves of chi waves continued to erupt. The sound never stopped. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. The 3 types of world-defying stage divine power continued to collide. This was actually an extremely intense battlefield, where 3 world-defying stages were fighting. It's the aura of the Spirit Star sect and Xiaomu. Who are they fighting against? Although there are blue skies and white clouds here, The battle had created sand and dust, and Long Chumu and the others could not be seen directly. That person is very strong. Those two girls should not be his match. Fong Haoyun said. Yes, I just don't know what kind of guy he is. Chan Xiang immediately teleported over and quickly saw who it was. It was actually the middle-aged man in black robe they met when they first entered the room. But Chan Xiang remembered that it was someone's son Lingxing recognized. So why were they fighting so intensely right now? Spirit Star, what's going on? When Chen Xiang appeared, the middle-aged man in black robe immediately stopped. He could already tell that Chen Xiang was not weak. Sun Lingxing looked at the middle-aged man in black robe and said coldly, "This be Astar, stole all the things I had in my previous life. My previous life was inside a jade coffin. After he found it, this be Astar, suddenly jumped out and stole it." Sun Lingxing and Long Chumu were very happy to see Chen Xiang suddenly appear here. They knew that Chen Xiang had definitely made a breakthrough and was very strong as well. "Brother, it's not right to steal from a girl's house." Chen Xiang looked at middle-aged man in black robe, his tone carrying a trace of ridicule. "She's already dead, so what does the things she had in her previous life have to do with her? Right now, she had reincarnated. So how could she want the strength of her past life? Isn't this letting her off easy?" Middle-aged man in black robe's fists suddenly emitted black chi. "No matter who you are, as long as you stand up for her, you will be my enemy. Despicable fellow, you were jealous of me when you didn't get the qualification to enter reincarnation. Now that you're stealing from my past life, you're worried that I'll become stronger." Sun Lingxing was very angry. "Don't think that just because you're here, you're strong enough to guard the tomb." Sun Lingxing looked at Qin Xiang, and she saw the confidence in his eyes. She knew that Chen Xiang could defeat this middle-aged man in black robe. "Let me see just how strong this guy is. Even if he can break through, he won't be that powerful." The middle-aged man in black robe had seen Qin Xiang and Long Chumu enter together, and the people who had entered from the outside only had the strength of venerable ancestor later stage. Although the middle-aged man in black robe was surprised that both Qin Xiang and Sun Lingxing were able to enter the world-defying stage, he had just experienced Sun Lingxing's strength and knew that he was not as strong as him. "You'll regret it later." Chen Xiang suddenly flicked his palm, and a weak white light appeared. A small white tiger appeared in his palm. Chun Xiang released a proud soul beast. He also wanted to see how strong this proud soul beast was. Middle-aged man in black robe was not afraid at all when he saw the little white tiger in Qin Xiang's palm. Although he could feel that it was emitting waves of unparalleled power, he didn't think it was anything amazing. "I want to see how you make me regret it." Middle-aged man in black robe punched him from afar, releasing a ball of black chi that rushed over and instantly landed on Qin Xiang's body. However, Qin Xiang had already made his move at that time. After the little white tiger in his palm let out a wild hiss, it flashed with a blinding white light and became extremely huge. When the lump of black gas hit the white tiger's body, it forced it back a few steps. However, that angered it greatly. Instantly, it arrived behind middle-aged man in black robe and clawed at him viciously with its huge and separated claws. Its speed was extremely fast, and it left several deep scratches on middle-aged man in black robe's divine beast. When the claws of the white tiger emerged, it was like a dagger. If it grew a little longer, it might be able to grab middle-aged man in black robe and slice his body into pieces. It's actually the white tiger leaping. It actually knows how to use this ability. Chun Xiang was very happy. When the white tiger teleported, it did give him a huge shock, as the white tiger Dao mark was the ability that he used the most. This is the world-defying beast. Middle-aged man in black robe dodged the white light that the white tiger shot out and shouted in shock. Sun Lingxing was as shocked as the middle-aged man in black robe, because she knew how terrifying the world-defying beast was. The white tiger in front of her was able to release a very strong world-defying stage divine power, so she was very sure that the white tiger was a world-defying beast. Beasts that could use the world-defying stage divine power were world-defying beasts. The white tiger used the white tiger's jump back and forth. This was an extremely fast spatial teleportation. The middle-aged man in black robe was unable to endure it and had difficulty dodging. In just a moment, one of his arms was sliced off by the tip of a claw. Hand over the jade coffin from Spirit Star, or else you'll undoubtedly die today. While Qin Xiang was speaking, another small cyan dragon appeared in his palm. This was yet another proud world soul beast. In the eyes of Sun Lingxing and the middle-aged man in black robe, this was a powerful world-defying beast. I'll give it to you, the middle-aged man in black robe said as he waved his hand, releasing a white light, flying towards Sun Lingxing. Sun Lingxing hurriedly caught it and dripped blood on it. After dripping blood, the jade coffin immediately opened and a white light shot out, enveloping Sun Lingxing's body. Then, Sun Lingxing entered the jade coffin. After the jade coffin closed itself, both Qin Xiang and Long Chimu were slightly stunned. And then, Qin Xiang could not help but ask, "I'll be out soon." Sun Lingxing replied from inside the jade coffin, "Then I'll send you to the Yu Yao Mountain Villa." Qin Xiang placed the jade coffin into the Yu Yao Mountain Villa and used the power of time to speed it up. At this time, the white tiger had also not attacked middle-aged man in black robe. Middle-aged man in black robe had already personally witnessed Qin Xiang's power. How could he still dare make a move? One white tiger was enough for him to choke, let alone another azure dragon. At that time, the only thing that awaited him would be death. If it was a world-defying stage as powerful as him, he might not be afraid, because it would be very difficult to kill the world-defying stage, especially for someone like him who could cultivate an unrivaled, profound body. However, he was very afraid of the world-defying beast, because the world-defying beast had a very strong digesting power. As long as he was eaten, he would be refined very quickly. This was what the middle-aged man in black robe was very afraid of. We already said it earlier, you better not attack me. After middle-aged man in black robe finished speaking, he immediately escaped. Seeing that Qin Xiang's white tiger did not chase after him, he felt at ease. This guy really runs fast. Long Chimu curled his lips, then looked at Qin Xiang and laughed. This guy, after entering world-defying stage, you're actually this powerful. With just a few casual moves, you scared him away. Let's go, we're going out right now. There are a lot of guys waiting for us outside for a long time. We can't let them wait too long. Qin Xiang snickered. See, 3005. See, 3005. Qin Xiang took out his 6 realms mirrors and looked for the Dragon Devil Emperor Venerable's Wheel of Fate. The Dragon Devil Emperor Venerable had already stepped into the world-defying stage. But in order to enter the world-defying stage divine mausoleum to find a way to cultivate the primordial divine body, he had no choice but to reverse his cultivation. He had to enter on behalf of the dragon demons. Otherwise, there wouldn't be many good people left. Long Chimu had already entered the Yu Yao Mountain Villa. He was just bringing Tang Zhongjie and Feng Haoyun to look for the Dragon Devil Emperor Venerable. Dragon Devil Emperor Venerable is also in a large tomb, looking for mystery. The environment inside this large tomb was not bad. The weather was very good. It was much better than the wild blood ground that Qin Xiang had seen before. Dragon Devil Emperor Venerable, long time no see. Qin Xiang brought Feng Haoyun and Tang Zhongjie and suddenly appeared, scaring Dragon Devil Emperor Venerable out of her wits. Qin Xiang. When Dragon Devil Emperor Venerable saw Qin Xiang, he was extremely shocked. At the same time, he laughed coldly. You actually came here to seek death yourself. At this time, the dragon demons were looking for something nearby. All came closer. Qin Xiang was their master's bounty on him. The world-defying dragon demon hated Qin Xiang to the bones. They really wanted to capture Qinxiang and eat him alive. Do you think I'm as stupid as you? I am not here to throw away my life. I am here to send you to your death. Qinxiang laughed as Dragon Devil Emperor Venerable threw a punch at him. Tang Zhongjie groaned as he immediately reached out and grabbed Dragon Devil Emperor Venerable's wrist. Then he forcefully pinched and pulled, forcefully ripping off Dragon Devil Emperor Venerable's arm. When the other dragon demons saw it, they attacked one after another. Feng Haoyun also attacked. He turned into a white shadow, sweeping past the dragon demons, and their heads all fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, all of the powerful Venerable Ancestor later-stage dragon demons were killed by Feng Haoyun. World-defying stage. Dragon Devil Emperor Venerable finally realized that the two elders by Qinxiang's side were both from world-defying stage, and they were much stronger than him. Previously, the Dragon Devil Emperor Venerable entered the world-defying stage through the half-crippled world-defying soul. But Feng Haoyun and Tang Zhongjie had both cultivated the complete and strong world-defying soul. You. Don't tell me you. Dragon Devil Emperor Venerable's body could not help but tremble, his teeth chattering. Qinxiang immediately used his own strength to tell him, and with a single punch, he left a large hole in Dragon Devil Emperor Venerable's chest. Even if you stepped into the world-defying stage, you would definitely not be my master's match. Dragon Devil Emperor Venerable said fiercely, Qinxiang, once you step into world-defying stage, you will still be a weakling in front of world-defying stage evil ancestor. Don't be complacent. Whether I'm weak or not, it's not up to you, a dying dragon, to criticize me. After Qinxiang finished speaking, he waved his hand and released a formless world-defying D-Fire. The world-defying D-Fire was like a gust of wind that blew past. When it blew past the Dragon Devil Emperor Venerable's body, it instantly turned him into a black mist and swept away. The Dragon Devil Emperor Venerable was just a Venerable Ancestor later stage. It was as easy as cutting S for Qinxiang to deal with him. Qinxiang, do you have confidence in dealing with the world-defying dragon demon? Tang Zhongjie asked. They're not only world-defying dragon demon outside, there are also those old fellows from world-defying stage, heavenly sect, and those world-defying stages are also very strong. I know. Now we only look at the spirit star. Qinxiang hoped that after son Lingxing obtained the strength from his previous life, he would become even stronger. Let's clean up all the little things in here first. When they came in earlier, Forget-Me Divine Race, world-defying stage, heavenly sect, and dragon demon had all come in a lot, and they were all very outstanding experts. Qinxiang was currently inside with Tang Zhongjie and Feng Haoyun to search for this group of people. These people all had the strength of Venerable Ancestor later stage, and could be considered strong in the Venerable Ancestor later stage, but they were only ants in front of the world-defying stage. In less than a month's time, Qinxiang had more or less cleaned up these people. After a period of time, the world-defying stage divine mausoleum will close, and they will never be able to enter again. Feng Haoyun said he had already understood the situation outside from Tang Zhongjie. He only managed to break through to world-defying stage with Qinxiang's help, which made it possible for him to live longer. So Qinxiang needed help right now, so he would definitely do his best to help Qinxiang. Other than the myriad Tao Danji D technique, is there any other method to allow one to cultivate the primordial divine body? Qinxiang asked. Of course there is, but it's not easy to find. Quite a few people in the world-defying stage divine realm have died here. Tang Zhongjie asked something like that because when Tang Zhongjie was outside, he knew that there was something inside, but he did not know how to find it. You want to look for it? Feng Haoyun asked. Of course not. Even if there is another way, the difficulty must be high. Qinxiang said, I think the method of refining pills is the fastest. Of course the difficulty is great, Back then, they were extremely abundant in resources, which was why they were able to succeed. However, it is different now. Even if we are able to find them, we might not necessarily be able to succeed. Fang Haoyun sighed. It's also because they excessively consumed a large amount of resources, which was why they were executed and allowed the energy to return to the myriad Tao. Chun Xiang nodded his head, so we cannot use their method. We have to use them to refine pills, and pill refinement will only consume the medicinal ingredients. It does not waste any energy in the myriad Tao. Yes, actually, the ones who consume the most myriad Tao's power are the two stages of world-defying stages, sacred stage and divine stage. If there are too many people in these two realms and they grow by absorbing the myriad Tao's power, then in the end the myriad Tao's power will be completely used up. As long as one was in the myriad Tao, the mysterious myriad Tao's code would be the strongest, absorbing so much of the myriad Tao's power, causing it to be completely exhausted, and also being unable to escape from the world under the code of myriad Tao. Even if one cultivated the prideful divine body, becoming a peak existence, in the end, one would be mercilessly executed like an ant in the myriad Tao's code. Chun Xiang would definitely not walk this path. It was a dead end for him, especially if he did not turn back when he reached the world-defying stage, sacred stage. When we return, we must inform the world-defying stage Tao ancestor. He is in danger now. If he were to suddenly reach the divine level of world-defying stage, it would be dangerous, unless we cripple his own cultivation. Chun Xiang was still very respectful to the world-defying stage Tao ancestor. He felt that the world-defying stage Tao ancestor had contributed greatly to his life. Chun Xiang, Fang Haoyun, and the others continued to wander around the place, investigating the tombs inside the world-defying stage divine mausoleum. Some of the tombs did indeed have secret realms inside them, and the descendants of the tomb master lived inside them. Only planned to go out after he came out from the jade coffin. It was because Sun Lingxing was already at world-defying stages holy ranked. Although he was at the early stage of the world-defying holy body, he was not weak because the world-defying dragon demon was also around this level. See 3006. See 3006 in Sun Lingxing's previous life. Her body had already decayed and turned into energy to be stored in the jade coffin. That was why the jade coffin was extremely important to her. It was the power of her previous life. Right now, Sun Lingxing had already merged with the power inside the jade coffin, so her strength had risen by a lot. Chun Xiang felt that his divine sense sea world was under a lot of pressure, all because of Sun Lingxing. How are things now? Chun Xiang asked Sun Lingxing, who was inside the Yao Mountain Villa. I already have the power I had back then. I'm only at the initial stage of world-defying holy body now, but dealing with world-defying dragon demon shouldn't be a problem. Sun Lingxing said, to think that it would be possible to fuse with all these powers so quickly and even raise its physical body to the world-defying holy body. Chun Xiang exclaimed, this was much faster than consuming pills. This is, after all, the power of my previous life, and I have already cultivated my physical body to a very good level. If it wasn't for me entering here, I would be able to cultivate world-defying holy body outside by myself. Sun Lingxing laughed. Amen, then I will leave the world-defying stage divine mausoleum right now. At that time, I might have to fight with those guys. Chun Xiang said. He had already made his preparations. All right. Sun Lingxing originally had a lot of battle experience, and adding that her cultivation had already returned to what it was in her previous life, it made her even more powerful. She really wanted to leave this place quickly to find the Forget-Me divine race and get revenge on them. Spirit Star, you don't have the cultivation level of the primordial divine body. But why would you be executed? Chun Xiang had always been very curious about this. I will die with you. Back then, the clan leader of my clan was too powerful and wanted to choose a few youths to die with him. Sun Lingxing sighed helplessly. It's a good thing that I managed to win the quota for reincarnation. But after I was born, I was still in the Sun family. In other words, the Sun family in the Forget-Me divine race is Pa-S, said down from my previous family. This was also why Sun Lingxing did not have a good impression of the Sun family after reincarnating. Furthermore, the Sun family had killed one of her closest kin in order to capture her. This was something she hated the most. Now that she had recovered her former strength, she had to find the Sun family for revenge. Let's go out now. Sun Lingxing felt the powerful energy in his body and impatiently wanted to go out and take revenge on Forget-Me divine race. Qin Xiang was the same as well. For the past few days, he had been pressured by those forces outside, and now that he had become stronger, he was going to find those fellows to get revenge on. The people outside might already know that he was dead, but they definitely would not know that Qin Xiang was the one who killed him, and they never thought that Qin Xiang would be so powerful. There was initially a very mystical barrier around the forest, but the moment world-defying stage entered the barrier, his cultivation would be pushed back and he would be able to return to the venerable ancestor later stage. However, when the world-defying stage divine mausoleum opens, the effects of the barrier will disappear. In other words, the people from the world-defying stage can go outside of the world-defying stage divine mausoleum and enter the forest of the everlasting forest. Ever since Qin Xiang and the others entered the world-defying stage divine mausoleum, the doors to the world-defying stage divine mausoleum had always been closed. At this time, even though there were experts from the world-defying stage inside the forest, they were still unable to enter the sacred mausoleum. An elder dressed in a golden white robe from world-defying stage heavenly sect had a stern expression. He and a few other elders from world-defying stage heavenly sect were all outside the mausoleum, while the other elders' faces were extremely ugly. They had a few broken beads in their hands. This pearl of life is the pearl of life, once bound to the pearl of life. As long as that person dies, the pearl of life will also shatter. But now, the life orbs in their hands had all shattered, meaning that the people they sent in were all dead. Those people carried very difficult missions and wanted to find a way to cultivate the primordial divine body. So the people they sent in were all outstanding people within the world-defying stage heavenly sect. But now all of them had died. This was a huge blow to the few seniors of the world-defying stage heavenly sectess. The world-defying dragon demon and the group of dragon demons all had cold expressions on their faces. They were very clear on what happened to the dragon demons they sent in. They did not expect the world-defying stage divine mausoleum to be so dangerous. They had heard that the situation was not like this. They knew that there were not many living beings inside, and even if there were, they would not be very strong. The truly strong ones were already dead. Seems like a lot of your people died as well. The number of outstanding people that their Forget-Me divine race had sent in was no less than the number of dragon demons and world-defying stage heavenly sectus. Is it really that dangerous inside? The world-defying dragon demon frowned. As far as I know, there should only be one person left alive. An old man from the world-defying stage heavenly sect said, "We shouldn't have caused so many venerable ancestor later stage to die." Could it be that Qin Xiang was doing this inside? The world-defying dragon demon's expression turned cold and said angrily, "This little bee, A-S-T-A-R-D, only he has such strength." But even he would not be able to defeat so many venerable ancestor later stages so easily. It's hard to say. Let's continue waiting. Once Qin Xiang comes out, we will capture him. Head of Forget-Me race said, "Everyone, prepare your divine tools to catch this little schemer. He knows how to use the power of S-P-A-C, and you can't let him escape." Just as he finished speaking, two figures suddenly appeared in front of the closed doors of world-defying stage divine mausoleum. It was Qin Xiang and Sun Lingxing. Qin Xiang let Tang Zhongjie and Feng Haoyun stay in the Danji, demysterious land, so they don't have to do anything for now. Meanwhile, Long Chumu and the Mei Jing sisters were also preparing to attack inside the Yao mountain villa. When they were talking about Chen Xiang just now, Chen Xiang actually came out, and everyone did not have time to react. Chun Xiang was also startled when she came out, but she was not. After all, she was once a figure. What kind of myriad star G? Oh, Des was that. She was extremely strong enough to cultivate the world-defying holy body. Attack! When the world-defying dragon demon saw Qin Xiang and the others come out, it immediately felt that something was wrong. Sun Lingxing gave him a very powerful feeling, as if he was facing his own master, the world-defying stage evil ancestor. Head of Forget-Me race and the few world-defying stage S felt the same way, which made them overlook Qin Xiang's existence. At this moment, Sun Lingxing was a huge threat to them. The Forget-Me divine race knew about Sun Lingxing's situation, and this was also the reason why they never wished for Sun Lingxing to enter the world-defying stage divine mausoleum. See 3007. See 3007. Sun Lingxing's beautiful eyes were filled with ice-cold, killing intent, causing the head of Forget-Me race and Sun family elders to tremble. As Sun Lingxing's gaze swept across the world-defying dragon demon, it originally wanted to attack, but at this moment it didn't move an inch. Previously, they had all hated Qin Xiang to the bones, but now they felt that Qin Xiang loved them more. At least Qin Xiang didn't have such terrifying strength to threaten them. Qin Xiang originally wanted to sneak attack the old fellow in world-defying stage, but Sun Lingxing did not do so. Instead, he sent a sound transmission to the old man to let him observe the situation. Sun Lingxing was one of those ancient world-defying stage. Even those who had managed to cultivate and master the world-defying holy body were not her match. They all felt fear towards her body of ancient world-defying stage divine power. As long as the world-defying dragon demon S could cultivate the world-defying holy body, he would be able to reach the early stage of divine body just like the world-defying stage dragon ancestor. However, when he faced Sun Lingxing, he felt a sense of fear from the bottom of his heart. Spirit Star, why haven't you made your move yet? Chun Xiang whispered to Sun Lingxing. He already knew that Sun Lingxing hated the Forget-Me divine race to the core, but he was still not making a move now. If there were only these few people, the two of us together would definitely be able to deal with them. With Elder Fong, Old Tang, and those beauties, it wouldn't be a problem at all. But there's a guy around here I have to worry about. Sun Lingxing said, from this guy Chun Xiang's chi, he is also a world-defying stage with an initial stage sacred body. His strength is on par with me. There was actually a world-defying stage with an initial stage sacred body nearby. This world-defying stage was currently hiding and not showing himself. It was obvious that he was planning a sneak attack. So Sun Lingxing did not make a move. Qin Xiang did not discover the world-defying stage, but he was on guard. If the other party suddenly made a sneak attack and did not guard against it, he would definitely be in danger. Come out. You're a dignified world-defying stage, yet you're actually hiding away like a coward. Sun Lingxing shouted coldly. Sure enough, a faint golden light suddenly flashed past, and a handsome middle-aged man wearing a light gold robe appeared in front of Sun Lingxing. All-Star G. Oh, Des, I didn't expect you to be resurrected. The middle-aged man said with a smile on his face. When the middle-aged man appeared, Chen Xiang noticed that the people of world-defying stage Heavenly Sect had relaxed. It was clear that the powerful middle-aged man who suddenly appeared was world-defying stage Heavenly Sect. Luo Jianqing, you should be a member of the world-defying stage Heavenly Sect, right? Do you want to become my enemy? Sun Lingxing looked coldly at this middle-aged man. I don't have any hatred towards world-defying stage Heavenly Sect right now. But of course, I don't mind making him my enemy. Luo Jianqing laughed. How can I be your enemy? All right, I promise you, world-defying stage Heavenly Sect will absolutely not interfere in the grudge between you two today. Previously, the people of world-defying stage Heavenly Sect had a common enemy with the dragon demons and the Forget-Me divine race, but suddenly said that they wanted to leave, which made the world-defying dragon demon and the head of Forget-Me race curse in their hearts. Chun Xiang stared at the world-defying dragon demon, because there was the natural law divine lord beside the world-defying dragon demon, and the natural law divine lord was his main target. At this time, the natural law divine lord was also with the world-defying stage, but he had cultivated it using the half-crippled world-defying soul. His strength was very weak. Chun Xiang was not afraid of the natural law divine lord at all. Spirit Star, you deal with those fellows from the Forget-Me divine race. Leave the world-defying dragon demon to me. At this time, Chun Xiang also communicated with Tang Zhongjie and Fang Haoyun, who were inside the Danji, the mysterious land. Then, he told Long Chumu that he was ready to make his move. As for Mei Jing sisters, he didn't need them to do anything because world-defying stage, Heavenly Sect, wouldn't partake. 1 P8. But Chun Xiang and Sun Lingxing would definitely guard against the world-defying stage, Heavenly Sect. On the world-defying dragon demon side, there were only the natural law divine lord and the bone emperor, the high priest, the ghost emperor, and the dragon devil emperor venerable that were killed by him. Compared to the Forget-Me divine race, the strength of the world-defying dragon demon could be said to be very weak. Although there were a few world-defying stage S from the older generation in Forget-Me divine race, Sun Lingxing had said that he could deal with them, and this was a grudge between her and the Forget-Me divine race. The world-defying dragon demon saw Chun Xiang staring at him and laughed coldly. Chun Xiang, don't tell me you want to attack me? Why don't you look at yourself first? Even my subordinates can kill you in an instant. Chun Xiang had hidden his strength too deeply. The people here were unable to see through his cultivation, and only Sun Lingxing knew how terrifying he was. Just the 2 lackeys by your side who only know how to pick up trash to train, they can defeat me? Chun Xiang looked at the natural law divine lord and bone emperor and said with a sneer, I remember that they all picked up Trash's half-broken world-defying soul to cultivate with. And this kind of dog can actually become your subordinate. Do you really like trash like this world-defying dragon demon? Or are you just a piece of trash, so you can only let this kind of trash be your subordinate? Chun Xiang, don't be too arrogant. After natural law divine, Lord shouted angrily. He walked out and said to Chun Xiang, don't you think that you're very strong? All right, I'll give you a chance. Fight against me, and I shall see just how strong you are to dare spout nonsense here. Natural law divine Lord is challenging Chun Xiang. Seeing this, Sun Lingxing did not immediately take action against Forget-Me divine race. As men were here anyway, no matter what, they could not escape. Fight you? Chun Xiang could not help but laughed with extreme contempt, and said, you think you can compete with me? You are not qualified. As long as that woman behind you does not make a move, you and I will fight and die without a doubt. Natural law divine lord was very wary of Sun Lingxing, because Sun Lingxing's strength was so strong that even the world-defying dragon demon was afraid. I won't do anything, Sun Lingxing said. All right then, Chun Xiang, I will allow you 3 moves. Within these 3 moves, I will only dodge and not attack. Natural law divine Lord had used his clone to fight Chun Xiang before, but he failed at that time. Take a look. Chun Xiang had already arrived behind Natural Law divine Lord. The Natural Law divine Lord turned pale with fright. He knew that Chun Xiang could teleport, so he had mentally prepared himself for it. But he never expected that Chun Xiang's speed would be so fast. Before Chun Xiang could even speak, Chun Xiang had already arrived behind him. So when he heard Chun Xiang's voice, he was already covered by Chun Xiang's 6 realms mirrors. Yes, Chun Xiang had come to the back of the Natural Law divine Lord and directly took out the 6 realms mirrors, placing the Natural Law divine Lord inside. And inside the 6 realms mirrors were a large number of W, A, and Guo scent that he had refined using the derivation method and the crash method. In just an instant, the natural law divine lord was completely drunk on the W.A. and Guo scent and fainted. I already said that this guy is no match for me. After Chen Xiang finished speaking, he had already disappeared. When he arrived behind an old man, a huge palm suddenly appeared and pressed down on him. A wave of shaking power surged out in all four directions. This was impressively the heaven-blasting palm. The Bone Emperor gave a miserable scream, and its body instantly shattered, turning into a cloud of black ash and disappearing. See 3008. See 3008, although Bone Emperor was a world-defying stage. If one were to use the half-crippled world-defying soul to cultivate it, it could not even withstand a single blow from Qin Xiang, just a little stronger than the venerable ancestor later stage, and he would be able to kill it with a single palm. When Chen Xiang took away the natural law divine lord before anyone could react, the Bone Emperor was killed by him in the blink of an eye. Everyone present was shocked, especially the world-defying dragon demon. For Chen Xiang to have such strength, it meant that Chen Xiang was already a world-defying stage. It was understandable for Sun Lingxing to have stepped into the world-defying stage. After all, Sun Lingxing had been in the world-defying stage before, and she had also been in the world-defying stage in her previous life. But why is Qin Xiang also from world-defying stage? Everyone here knew it would be difficult to enter world-defying stage. But Chen Xiang had always been a very young, venerable ancestor later stage in their eyes. Even if there were any opportunities, he should not have entered the world-defying stage so quickly. At this time, Sun Lingxing had already made her move and rushed towards head of Forget-Me race. She only released her power, but the entire forest suddenly trembled, and the mountains suddenly collapsed, and the ground cracked. Old Tang, Old Fong, Chiu Mu, you guys go help out at Spirit Star. I'll deal with the world-defying dragon demon myself, Qin Xiang said, and then Tang Zhongjie, Fong Haoyun, and Long Qiumu immediately came out and rushed toward Sun Lingxing. The Forget-Me divine race Sun Lingxing faced had several world-defying stages, and only one of them managed to cultivate and produce world-defying holy body. The others didn't, so Tang Zhongjie and the others were able to handle them. With the outbreak of the war, the people of world-defying stage heavenly sect floated high up in the air, trying to avoid the impact. Although the world-defying dragon demon was shocked by Qin Xiang's strength, he was not afraid of him. Instead, he was excited. Little thing, I won't kill you. Your potential is much better than those trash. The world-defying dragon demon laughed out wildly, a black dragon head blade appearing in her hand, and her body also underwent a huge change. Many stiff black scales appeared on his face, and his body became even bigger. His 2 arms were covered in thick scales, and both of his hands had turned into black dragon claws. Black evil aura surged out from his body, giving off a very powerful feeling. A S of black mist suddenly burst out from the world, defying dragon demon's palm, revealing a gigantic black dragon head blade. Meanwhile, his lower body had actually turned into a cloud of gas, making him look like it was floating. I want to take you as my slave. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Chen Xiang, the dragon head blade hacked out, bringing along waves after waves of evil black qi, ripping through SPAC, shaking the ground, and instantly erupting with a berserking pressure. Chen Xiang could not help but bend his legs, his entire body instantly suppressed by an extremely strong pressure, causing him to be unable to move. Demonic! Qin Xiang saw the dragon head black blade SLAs. Plussing down and roared. His chest suddenly flashed with a green light, and a small green dragon suddenly flew out, opening its mouth and biting towards the world-defying dragon demon's black blade. When the world-defying green dragon appeared, the prideful dragon's might shook the world. Following the little azure dragon's roar, The entire prideful forest was instantly enveloped by a green light. The little azure dragon instantly turned into a huge green dragon that covered the sky and floated in the air. The world-defying dragon demon's gigantic dragon head had already been destroyed by the arrogant dragon power that flew out of its mouth when it flew out. The world-defying green dragon's body was incomparably huge. Its entire body was SHI, plusning with a dazzling green light. With a dragon's might that overflowed into the heavens, it was mighty, causing the world-defying dragon demon to tremble all over. High up in the sky, the people from the world-defying stage, heavenly sect, looked at the mighty green dragon and were all shocked. Sect leader, this is a world-defying beast, and one of its beast emperors, the world-defying green dragon. Could Chun Xiang have subdued this world-defying green dragon inside the world-defying stage divine mausoleum? An old man said, I think so. It must be because he subdued the world-defying green dragon that he became so powerful, and the world-defying green dragon must have bestowed him with very powerful strength, allowing him to step into the world-defying stage. Luo Jianqing was the sect leader of the world-defying stage heavenly sect. He was not clear about this matter. They never would have thought that the world-defying green dragon they spoke of was actually cultivated by Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang, as long as you are lucky, I'll let you live for a while longer. The world-defying dragon demon's legs had already gone soft. This powerful world-defying green dragon looked very scary. Although it was only an arrogant, profound body, its overall strength was far stronger than his world-defying holy body. He did not know why. Can you run? Qun Xiang sneered. The world-defying dragon demon in the air suddenly released a sharp dragon's roar. The sound wave turned into a ray of green light and struck down from the sky like a thunderbolt. The powerful sound wave instantly pierced through the world-defying dragon demon's head, going from its head to the world-defying dragon demon's body, shaking the world-defying dragon demon until black blood was left all over. The world-defying dragon demon did not die. It was only lying on the ground while screaming in pain. His eyes were filled with black qi and angrily looked at Qin Xiang. Evil ancestor will take revenge for me. Qin Xiang, you will definitely die a horrible death. Kill him. Qin Xiang said indifferently. The world-defying green dragon swooped down from the sky, and when it landed on the ground, it suddenly turned into a ray of green light and entered the world-defying dragon demon's body. Boo! A crack appeared on the body of the world-defying dragon demon, and waves of green light emitted from the crack. Roar! The world-defying green dragon roared, supporting and exploding the world-defying dragon demon's body. Along with the unceasing explosion of green light, the world-defying dragon demon's shattered body was also wiped out by the intense dragon power released by the azure dragon. The world-defying dragon demon actually died just like that, causing the few elders of the world-defying stage, heavenly sectes, to be shocked. They were all from the world-defying stage, so they knew that the world-defying dragon demon had a certain amount of strength, but they were actually killed by Qin Xiang. World-defying dragon demon-s are evil beings themselves, but world-defying green dragon-s have a body full of righteous energy. Even if it's just a profound body, it can easily exterminate this kind of evil beings. Luo Jianqing said, Even so, the strength of this world-defying green dragon is indeed frightening, and has a huge potential. Sect leader, should we? An old man said in a low voice. He was trying to steal it. Luo Jianqing shook his head. Sun Lingxing has already taken down the head of Forget-Me race. If you were to let me deal with Sun Lingxing and the world-defying green dragon, I don't have much of a chance of winning, but can you deal with Qin Xiang and the 3 world-defying stages? But that is a world-defying green dragon. An old man felt very regretful. Sooner or later, it will be ours. Let's go. With that, Luo Jianqing turned into a streak of golden light and disappeared into the sky. Sun Lingxing had already heavily injured head of Forget-Me race. while the other forget-me divine race S were also captured. Chun Xiang walked over and looked at the purple-robed elder. This was Sun Lingxing's uncle, and Qin Xiang had previously beaten the purple-robed elder up. The purple-robed elder had even mocked Qin Xiang for not being able to kill him. "Old man, do you still remember me?" Qin Xiang walked over, narrowed his eyes, and said, "Of course I remember. You are very strong now, but you are still unable to kill me." "Ha! I am not as easy to kill as those demons." The purple-robed elder laughed sinisterly. "See 3009. See 3009." Qin Xiang had also noticed earlier that although Sun Lingxing's strength was stronger than the purple-robed elder, she was still unable to kill the purple-robed elder, much less the head of Forget-Me race. Although they were unable to kill them, they were still able to injure them. At this moment, they were both heavily injured and could not recover for a short period of time. They had already lost all ability to fight. Tang Zhongjie said, "These fellows sure have thick skin. It's indeed difficult to get rid of them." Qun Xiang looked at Sun Lingxing and saw that she had said softly, "It is indeed a little difficult to deal with them, but they are not impossible to kill." Head of Forget-Me race laughed coldly. "Sun Lingxing, if you have the ability, why don't you kill us now? Even though you grew up in the Forget-Me divine race, you still do not understand us well enough. Although our world-defying stage divine power is not as strong as you are, the strength of our flesh is not something that you can imagine." Just a moment ago, Tang Zhongjie had also said that these people's skin was very thick. At the moment, they were only severely injured. Their flesh did not sustain much damage, and the fact that their bodies could be so strong made Qin Xiang very curious. "Oh, are you sure?" Sun Lingxing's voice turned cold. A CLUS of black flames suddenly leaked out from her fingertip, and then she pointed ahead of Forget-Me race's forehead. This kind of black flame was extremely powerful. Even from the side, Qin Xiang and the others could feel the heat waves of the flame being constantly released. Head of Forget-Me race's forehead was being burned by this terrifying flame, which showed how much pain he was in, but it was not worth sympathizing with. The skin of these guys is really thick. Sun Lingxing burned them for a while, other than for crying miserably. The skin on their foreheads were not damaged at all. Their bodies were truly terrifying. Qun Xiang asked curiously, "Spirit Star, do you know how their bodies are cultivated to such a degree?" "This should be something that you obtained from cultivating in the sacred grounds of Forget-Me divine race. As for the method, I'm not too sure. You can search their soul and see their memories." Sun Lingxing said. Qun Xiang immediately pressed his hand on the top of head of Forget-Me race's head and used soul-absorbing devil spell, but he did not find anything. "Huh. Don't waste your time. You can't do anything but torture us. Furthermore, the more you torment us, the stronger we will become." The head of Forget-Me race laughed. Qin Xiang took out the W.A.N. Guo sent S. This was a method that he had thought of that could torture them. When the W.A.N. Guo scent appeared, head of Forget-Me race and the purple-robed elder actually had a flash of excitement in their eyes. Sun Lingxing and Chun Xiang had both seen it. Originally, Chun Xiang had planned to use W.A.N. Guo poison for them, but seeing their gazes just now, Qin Xiang kept the W.A.N. Guo poison. Sun Lingxing sent a sound transmission to Qin Xiang. They seemed to be extremely fond of W.A.N. Guo poison. There must be a reason behind this. I guess they probably used W.A.N. Guo poison to cultivate such a strong body. When Sun Lingxing said this, Qin Xiang immediately thought of many things and said, "That's right, for them to cultivate such a powerful body, they must have used a very cruel method to torture their own body. But in order to cancel out the pain, they used W.A.N. Guo sent us to intoxicate themselves. This way, no matter how cruel the methods they used to cultivate their flesh and blood, they would not feel any pain. This way, their flesh and bones would also be refined, becoming increasingly stronger. Sun Lingxing nodded. That's right, they must have found a way up there, but this is a wrong path, and if they go on like this, it won't be long before they completely rely on W-A-N Guo-Sen-S. Looks like their bodies are filled with W-A-N Guo poison. If the W-A-N Guo poison flared up, wouldn't it be very difficult for them? Qin Xiang was shocked. It's not that they're uncomfortable. It's that they'll become extremely terrifying. The W-A-N Guo poison will unleash the strongest power from their bodies, and maybe even cause their powers to explode several times over. Sun Lingxing said in a serious tone, "We must get rid of them before the poison breaks out. Otherwise, they will escape this calamity." Qin Xiang finally understood why Hedda Forget-Me Race and the others were so calm now. So it turned out that they had a way out, and they themselves clearly knew that if they were struck by the poison, they would become extremely powerful. Qin Xiang took out his heavenly magic sword and hacked down at the purple-robed elder, causing waves of tremors. However, he was still unable to kill the purple-robed elder, only making him scream in pain. Sun Lingxing was also using various methods to attack the head of Forget-Me Race. D-A-M-N girl, no matter what, we are still your seniors. Since you've treated us like this, just you wait. I will definitely not let you get away with it. The purple-robed elder's voice was filled with resentment. The purple-robed elder was Sun Lingxing's eldest uncle, and the old lady and middle-aged man were her eldest aunt and uncle. However, Sun Lingxing did not treat them as her family because she could not feel any kins. H-I+P between them. You won't have a chance. Sun Lingxing said she was currently facing Hedda Forget-Me Race and was releasing punches non-stop, although the ground was trembling non-stop. Hedda Forget-Me Race did not sustain much damage. Just wait and see. The purple-robed elder laughed sinisterly, seeing that these Forget-Me divine race were all looking forward to their revenge. Qin Xiang and Sun Lingxing was even more certain that they were waiting for the poison to act up. Ha! Hedda Forget-Me Race suddenly laughed extremely crazily. His skin started to turn black, and his veins started to bulge out sinisterly, as though something was wriggling inside them. Sun Lingxing anxiously took a few steps back, because at the moment, Hedda Forget-Me Race's body was releasing waves after waves of qi, setting off waves after waves of astral winds. Seeing that, Qin Xiang anxiously let Tang Zhongjie and Fang Haoyun enter the Danji, the mysterious land, allowing Long Chimu to enter the Yao Mountain Villa. What should we do? Are we going to let them go just like this? Sun Lingxing said as she clenched her teeth. No, there must be a way. Qin Xiang took a deep breath. He looked at the purple-robed elder and the other two, and at the moment, when they saw Hedda Forget-Me Race's sinister look, they became excited, as if they could turn the tables immediately. Hurry up, or it'll be too late. Sun Lingxing urged Qin Xiang. If he could not make a move, he had to leave quickly. At this time, the outburst of such a terrifying power from the head of Forget-Me Race had already scared Sun Lingxing. Qin Xiang took a deep breath, let out a low growl, and then placed his palm towards the head of Forget-Me Race's mouth that was currently roaring wildly, and released a wave of world-defying G. D-fire in! The world-defying G. D-fire gushed into the head of Forget-Me Race's body like a torrent. Qin Xiang immediately controlled the world-defying G. D-fire to burn the exploding W-A-N Guo poison in the head of Forget-Me Race's body. C3010. C3010 world-defying G. D-fire could burn many things, especially when activated with world-defying stage divine power. The flames were even more ferocious, capable of burning away everything. Qin Xiang would now use the world-defying G. D-fire to burn the W-A-N Guo poison in head of Forget-Me Race's body. The poison power within the head of Forget-Me Race had settled in too much, and after a while it turned into a very terrifying poison power. Because of the W-A-N Guo poison's characteristics, every so often, this poison power would burst out, making people lose their minds, becoming crazy and scary. However, after being refined by Qin Xiang using his world-defying Geo, D-Fire, the head of Forget-Me race that was originally preparing to explode, had already gradually withered away. The W-A-N Guo poison in his body had been quickly burnt by Qin Xiang and turned into bursts of black aura that gushed out. Qin Xiang never thought that he would actually be helping this head of Forget-Me race cure the poison. But it is indeed a very effective method. At least he will not be able to release such a strong and terrifying poison. Otherwise, if he and Sun Lingxing are unable to do anything at that time, he will be forced to escape in the end. When the purple-robed elderly man saw that Qin Xiang actually had a way to dispel the poison's explosive state, he was extremely terrified. He knew that this was the only way to reverse the situation, but it had already lost its effect. Sun Lingxing, who was originally very nervous, heaved a sigh of relief at this moment. Then he looked at the purple-robed elder and the others and coldly laughed. "Humph, it's nothing much. You. So what? You still can't kill us, haha." The purple-robed elder continued to provoke Sun Lingxing. However, as head of Forget-Me race let out a blood-curdling scream, the purple-robed elder's laughter also stopped. They just saw head of Forget-Me race's body slowly melting. Qin Xiang also did not expect his world-defying D-Fire to be so terrifying, to actually be able to melt the head of Forget-Me race's world-defying holy body that easily. "Spirit Star, do it." Qin Xiang smiled slightly. "This guy's body has become very weak now." "All right." Sun Lingxing's eyes were filled with surprise and joy. He immediately waved his sword and cut off head of Forget-Me race's arm. "Who says we can't kill him?" Sun Lingxing was very happy, and then he stabbed out a few times. Head of Forget-Me race was extremely terrified right now. "It's the world-defying D-Fire!" Head of Forget-Me race shouted in shock. Not bad, being burned to death by a world-defying D-Fire can be considered good fortune. Sun Lingxing raised his hand and summoned a meteor. Although this meteor was very small, it came down from the sky and struck head of Forget-Me race's body, releasing an extremely strong pressure that crushed head of Forget-Me race into white powder. Seeing this, the purple-robed elder and the others' faces immediately turned ashen. Head of Forget-Me race, who was so much stronger than them, was killed, let alone them. Qin Xiang chuckled, then released a wave of world-defying D-Fire that enveloped the purple-robed elder and the others. The world-defying D-Fire could not see it, but they could feel it, especially the people who were targeted by the world-defying D-Fire. They were suffering from the pain of being burnt. Just like before, Sun Lingxing summoned a few popular pills, exterminating all of these world-defying stage S. "We've finally gotten rid of these guys." Sun Lingxing heaved a sigh of relief. Qin Xiang nodded and said, "I still have something important to do." The Natural Law Divine Lord had already been captured by him, so he wanted to take back control of the natural law world from the Natural Law Divine Lord. Only by doing this he could relax. He did not know how great of a change the natural law world would make, but he was sure that his friends and relatives were all good people, and that was what he had seen through the fate wheel in the Six Realms Time and SPAC door. Natural Law Divine Lord was knocked down by Qin Xiang using his W-A-N Guo poison and was still inside the Six Realms mirrors, intoxicated from drinking too much. After Qin Xiang let him out, he was still trembling on the ground with an intoxicated expression. "How much poison did you use on that fellow?" Sun Lingxing laughed. "If we just kill him like that, wouldn't that be letting him off too easily? Let him die so comfortably. There's no other way. Only in this way would I be able to prevent him from bringing the natural law world to their deaths." Qin Xiang helplessly spread out his hands, then placed them on Natural Law Divine Lord's chest. "I plan to devour everything about him. This should be enough to allow me to take control of the entire natural law world." Qin Xiang activated his devouring magic kung fu, then earnestly devoured everything within the natural law divine lord. The natural law divine lord was not very strong in the first place. He was just a half-baked, world-defying stage. The power in his body was not very useful for Chen Xiang. What Chen Xiang needed was the contract power he had with the natural law world. Not long after, Chen Xiang gradually sensed that a world had appeared before his eyes, and in a short while he could clearly see that vast world. Success, is this the natural law world? Chen Xiang couldn't help but become excited, and the worry in his heart for all these years was finally lifted. The natural law world was developing very well now. He felt that the natural law world was not inferior to the divine wasteland. As long as he had enough time to grow, he would be able to nurture the myriad Tao's power in the near future. And what made Chen Xiang surprised was that after he had taken control of the natural law world, he could actually feel that there was a very strong power within the natural law world that he could use. It's a good thing that I can release the natural law divine lord. Otherwise, if he uses the power of the natural law world, it might cause the entire natural law world to collapse. Chen Xiang carefully sensed for a bit and discovered that the energy stored within the natural law world was extremely strong and abundant. Even though he had already cultivated the almighty profound body, he was still shocked by this energy. Natural law, divine, Lord had already woken up. After all, the entire natural law world had been cut out by Chen Xiang, which caused him to suddenly sober up. Chen Xiang, you shameless bastard! Natural law divine Lord bellowed. All the energy in his body had also been devoured by Chen Xiang, and at that moment he was just a cripple. I'm not as shameless as you. Chen Xiang laughed. Is the Wan Guo poison satisfied? You'll find it even more satisfying later on. How could the natural law divine Lord not know the power of Wan Guo poison? Hearing Chen Xiang's words, he could not help but tremble. If the Wan Guo poison flared up, he would definitely be in great pain. Lingxing, watch this guy. I have something to do first. Chen Xiang sat cross-legged on the ground and then looked carefully at the natural law world. He wanted to see if he could find Xue Xianxian and the others. Very quickly, he found the valley where the Hundreds of Flowers village was, but he couldn't see the Hundreds of Flowers village inside. Did they change places? Chen Xiang felt extremely puzzled. He was sure that Xue Xianxian and the others were fine, but they were no longer in the same place as before. Just as he was about to look for somewhere else, he suddenly saw a white figure appearing from the valley. Behind Long Shui, there was also a little white cat following him. It was Yuer, the little kitten. C-3011. C-3011, seeing the familiar faces of Long Shui and Yuer, Chen Xiang felt a lot more at ease. They were still here, but the valley was covered with an extremely powerful array, making it impossible for him to discover them. If it wasn't for that, the natural law divine Lord might have attacked them. Chen Xiang was also unable to enter the natural law world now, and he did not know what was the reason for this. Long Shui and Yuer had just come out and disappeared. Chen Xiang could feel that Yuer was using the power of SPAC. Where did they go? Chen Xiang was unable to track where they teleported to. Chen Xiang tried to communicate with the people inside the Hundreds of Flowers village, but they were unable to find anyone around. Why are they so wary? Is there some powerful being that is a threat to them? Just at this moment, he saw a beautiful red figure. It was a woman in red, and she was Xia Beiling, whom Chen Xiang was extremely familiar with. Sister Beiling. Chen Xiang immediately focused and sent a sound transmission to Xia Beiling. Xia Beiling had appeared out of the blue, and should have used teleportation to teleport outside the Hundreds of Flowers village. But just as she was about to enter the Hundreds of Flowers village, she suddenly heard a familiar voice. Little scoundrel! Xia Beiling shouted in shock, and then turned his head to look around, but he did not see Chen Xiang. It's me. I can't go back now, but I can see the natural law world. What kind of situation have you guys met with? Qinxiang asked. Hundreds of Flowers Village and Heavenly Dragon City should be the strongest forces within the natural law world. But they had to be this cautious. It's a long story. Xia Beiling was very happy to be able to communicate with them, because Qinxiang had already left them for a period of time. They all missed Qinxiang very much and wanted to know more about Qinxiang's situation. How are you doing in Divine Wasteland? Xia Beiling asked. Not bad, he's still alive. Qinxiang laughed. Your current strength is not weak either. Xia Beiling was now a member of the Venerable Ancestor later stage, and could not be considered a part of the Divine Wasteland S. To be able to reach such a cultivation level, it could be seen that the group of female alchemistess inside the hundreds of Flowers Village had played a great role. Qinxiang was surprised. In the natural law world, resources were scarce, far inferior to the Divine Wasteland, but they could refine pills to continuously raise their cultivation. This was not easy. It's good that you're fine. We're worried about you. You are a troublemaker. You must have provoked a lot of Mafa when you went there. Xia Beiling laughed. There's no you here. It's been peaceful for many years. It's just that some guy from the world-defying stage, Heavenly Sect, suddenly appeared. He's very strong. The fact that someone from the world-defying stage, Heavenly Sect, was here shocked Qinxiang. The people from the world-defying stage Heavenly Sect are really hateful. It's a good thing that there is a myriad Tao divine mountain here that can fight them. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to live in peace. Xia Beiling sighed. It's good that you're back. We are being bullied by the world-defying stage, Heavenly Sect here. We have to be careful when we leave. My Divine Wasteland also has a world-defying stage, Heavenly Sect. Don't worry, I'll get even with them. Qinxiang thought of the world-defying stage, Heavenly Sect, and his heart grew cold. Then he asked, Sister Beiling, tell me about the myriad Tao Divine Mountain. Xia Beiling briefly told Qinxiang about the myriad Tao Divine Mountain. The myriad Tao Divine Mountain had appeared in the natural law world very early on to promote the cultivation methods of the myriad Tao, while LV Chilian and the others had also sent some outstanding women there to learn. Other than that, the Heavenly Dragon City and the other forces had all sent many people to the natural law world to cultivate. It was also at that time that Feng Yujie and the other pill refiners grasped many pill formulas and medicinal ingredients. It was also at that time that everyone learned the secrets of the many realms behind, and after many years, a portion of them managed to cultivate to the Venerable Ancestor realm. Go and tell Big Sister Chilian that you contacted me. Help me call out to the other girls, saying that I miss them too. When I return, let them bully me. Qinxiang laughed. You are the one who wants to bully them, right? Little scoundrel. Xia Beiling laughed, then warned him in a serious tone. You have to be careful yourself. World-defying stage Heavenly Sect, and these guys are all B-A-S-T-A-R-D-S. I will pay attention. I will think of a way to go back, or perhaps I will think of a way to help you become stronger. Although Qinxiang was unable to return, he was able to communicate with the people of the natural law world. HM, you should pay more attention to this place. People will come out from time to time. Xia Beiling said, Oh yeah, I saw Xue and Yue earlier, but they disappeared the moment they ran. Qinxiang asked, Where did they go? They should be going to the Heavenly Dragon City to deliver the pills and then take some medicinal ingredients from there. Most of us who know how to use the power of SPC will be out by now, so it will be more complete. Xia Beiling said, All right, you go back first. It's not safe to stay outside for too long. Qinxiang said. Xia Beiling said goodbye to Qinxiang somewhat unwillingly, then hurriedly returned to the hundreds of Flowers Village to spread the news of her meeting with Qinxiang. When Qinxiang withdrew his consciousness from natural law world's body, he saw that the W.A.N. Guo poison on his body was already in a violent rage. At this moment, he was rolling on the ground in pain and screaming miserably. Qinxiang, how is your natural law world doing? Sun Lingxing asked. My friends and family are all good. Qinxiang said. It's really strange that a world-defying stage heavenly sect and a myriad Tao divine mountain suddenly appeared there. Qinxiang had asked Xia Bailing before, but he didn't know why he would suddenly have a myriad Tao divine mountain. And world-defying stage, heavenly sect, had only just appeared in these few years. After Sun Lingxing heard this, his expression changed, and he said solemnly, "This is not a good thing. Myriad Tao divine mountain is, but they are the ones in charge of executing some people. Back then, we were sent to the world-defying stage divine mausoleum by the people from Myriad Tao divine mountain. However, there aren't many world-defying stage in the natural law world. Instead, there are some world-defying stage S among the world-defying stage heavenly sect S that have appeared in the rear." Qinxiang said, "And Myriad Tao Divine Mountain is also developing the cultivation method. Then this is strange. Myriad Tao Divine Mountain suddenly descending into a small world. There must be some secret within." Sun Lingxing said, "Huh." Natural Law Divine Lord suddenly laughed wildly. "That's because Myriad Tao Divine Mountain is there to pick slaves and is preparing to build a new tomb there. When the time comes, you bunch of conceited people will be buried." Speaking so much even before death. Qinxiang took out a W.A.N. Guo cent. When Natural Law Divine Lord saw it, he really wanted to immediately grab it, but when he reached Qinxiang's feet, he was immediately kicked away. "Spirit Star, I'll leave it to you to finish him off," Qinxiang said. Sun Lingxing waved his hand and summoned a meteor to exterminate the Natural Law Divine Lord who was trapped in endless pain. See 3012. See 3012. Qinxiang and Sun Lingxing left the prideful forest. Since the world-defying stage divine mausoleum here had not been closed yet, they could still go in now. As for whether or not they could find a good inheritance inside, no one knew. I wonder how world-defying stage evil ancestor is doing now. His strength seems to be stronger than world-defying stage Tao ancestor and world-defying stage dragon ancestor. Qinxiang was more worried about this, so he increased his speed on his way back. He was given a lot of hope by the world-defying stage dragon ancestor back then, so if there was any mistake, he would feel very guilty. Qinxiang brought Sun Lingxing and quickly arrived at the Sea of W.A.N. Guo flower. "This sea of flowers is extremely dangerous. Should we remove it?" asked Sun Lingxing. Since the Forget-Me divine race was still here, Sun Lingxing had no plans to go back. She understood the dangers of these W.A.N. Guo flower very well. If you can get rid of it, then do it. This place will be exposed sooner or later, and there will be a lot of people coming from the bottom of the pit. Sun Lingxing said, "World-defying stage divine mausoleum does not need any protection. There are dangers inside world-defying stage divine mausoleum itself. Originally, there were no myriad Tao mausoleum S here, and maybe in the future they would disappear and this world-defying stage divine mausoleum would appear again. All right, I'll try." Qinxiang released a wave of world-defying D-Fire S. A wave of scorching heat appeared, and the beautiful purple W.A.N. Guo flower below gradually turned to purple light mist, and then evaporated and disappeared. When Qinxiang saw that it was effective, he immediately released a large number of world-defying D-Fire S. The world-defying D-Fire burned for several hours before finally burning this entire sea of W.A.N. Guo flower. "It won't grow back," Qinxiang said. "Since it's like this, then we no longer have to worry about having lunatics like Had a Forget-Me race." Sun Lingxing nodded his head. If not for Qinxiang using his world-defying D-Fire to stop Had a Forget-Me race and the rest, they would have all escaped by now. If they continued to rely on his W.A.N. Guo poison to raise their strength before long, they would have lost their minds and become terrifying existences. Sun Lingxing looked at the distant forest and sighed softly. Then he followed Qinxiang and left for the Dead Land. "Spirit Star, When Natural Law Divine Lord died, he said that Myriad Tau Divine Mountain was there to pick slaves to build a world-defying stage divine mausoleum. What was going on? Chan Xiang said, "Although this guy is detestable, his words are still rather reliable. We love and hate the Myriad Tau Divine Mountain." Sun Lingxing said, "At the very beginning, the people from the Myriad Tau Divine Mountain taught us how to make use of the power of the Myriad Tau, allowing us to grow quickly. In the end, when they thought about how the power of the Myriad Tau would be exhausted, they made a rule to kill us." The words of the Natural Law Divine Lord are indeed correct. The appearance of the Myriad Tau Divine Mountain there, the inheritance there, and the people there becoming stronger are all very likely because they are planning to use the life there. As for whether or not they want to build a new world-defying stage divine mausoleum, I am not sure, but it's probably not going to be a good thing. Sun Lingxing said, "But world-defying stage, heavenly sect, is also there, so this must be some sort of secret that led to it being there. The strength of the Myriad Tau Divine Mountain does not look as strong as it used to be. Otherwise, they would definitely not allow the world-defying stage, heavenly sect to exist." Before, Chen Xiang had thought that the Myriad Tau Divine Mountain was a good thing because the Myriad Tau Divine Mountain had Paes, said down many things to the heavenly dragon city and them, allowing them to increase their strength quickly. But from the looks of it, the Myriad Tau Divine Mountain was uneasy but had good intentions. Who was the person responsible for the construction of this world-defying stage divine mausoleum all those years ago? Chun Xiang asked. The composition of the world-defying stage divine mausoleums, SPAC, is very strong. Inside is a very big world with many mausoleums. It should have been created by a group of strong people, right? It was built by us. Quite a few guys that lied inside had done it. It's just that at that time, we didn't know it was their own mausoleum. We only found out about it at the end. Sun Lingxing sighed. At that time, many people were trapped inside, and if they were unable to absorb the Myriad Tau's power outside, without leveling up, they would die of old age. That's why I have to say that Myriad Tau Danji, D is quite amazing. The Danji, D mysterious land he built is really amazing. He was able to generate Myriad Tau's power on his own, and he could even make a breakthrough inside. Many of the people who were at the same time as the Myriad Tau Danji, D back, then are definitely dead now. Sun Lingxing said, N. Chun Xiang agreed very much with Sun Lingxing's words. Myriad Tau Danji, D was indeed very powerful, able to escape the control of the Myriad Tau's laws. At this time, Chun Xiang kept an eye on the Myriad Tau Divine Mountain. He immediately went to see outside of the hundreds of Flowers Village and did not see anyone appear. He wanted to quickly inform the women inside the hundreds of Flowers Village of this matter, so that they would be wary of the Myriad Tau Divine Mountain. Not long later, Chun Xiang saw a white figure. Little naughty dragon, Yuer! Chun Xiang anxiously shouted. It was Long Shui and Yuer who had returned. Little scoundrel! Long Shui and Yuer shouted in alarm at the same time. They still did not know about Chun Xiang's situation. Where are you? Hurry up and come out. I miss you so much. Long Shui looked around anxiously. Hee, I also miss you a lot. Chun Xiang laughed, and then gave a simple explanation of how he obtained control of the natural law world from the natural law divine lord. When Long Shui and Yuer heard about it, they were also extremely shocked. Chun Xiang had actually become so powerful, but unfortunately they were still unable to return to the natural law world. Chun Xiang, do you have a world-defying stage, heavenly sect at your side? Yuer suddenly asked. Yes, you know. Chun Xiang said, I heard the people of Myriad Tau Divine Mountain mentioned that they were very rampant in the divine wasteland. Yuer said, the people from the Myriad Tau Divine Mountain told us that when the time is right, we should bring us to the divine wasteland to eliminate the world-defying stage, heavenly sect. The Myriad Tau Divine Mountain is not a good place. You guys have to be careful. Chunxiang warned repeatedly, even the world-defying stage heavenly sect isn't anything good. At the very least, you all should know that Myriad Tao Divine Mountain is very sinister. That's impossible. Long Shui didn't dare believe it, because they truly felt that the Myriad Tao Divine Mountain was very good. Let Qilian out. I want to have a chat with her. Long Shui let Yue enter the hundreds of Flowers Village and called LV Qilian out. Long Huishan had also come out with Long Huishan. They were all the managers of the hundreds of Flowers Village, and at this time they were also the women with the highest cultivation and the strongest power. Seeing the appearance of the two great beauties, Qinxiang felt joy in his heart and couldn't help but recall all of the gentleness and charm of LV Qilian. Qinxiang made a long story short and told the matter of the Myriad Tao Divine Mountain to LV Qilian and the others, allowing them to understand what role the Myriad Tao Divine Mountain played in the ancient divine wasteland in the past. If you hadn't told us these things, we really wouldn't have known that the Myriad Tao Divine Mountain would actually do such a thing. LV Qilian's expression became solemn and said to Long Huishan, Huishan, make a trip to Heavenly Dragon City. Tell Long Juxiao about this matter, and make sure they are on guard against Myriad Tao Divine Mountain. You must pay attention, and don't make it too obvious about that. It will cause Myriad Tao Divine Mountain to become wary. C3013. C3013 if it was anyone else. LV Qilian and the others would definitely not believe it, unless there was any evidence. However, they would have definitely believed in Qinxiang's words. If not for Qinxiang, the natural law world wouldn't be like this back then. After the agreement was made, Qinxiang was a lot more at ease. He also asked the hundreds of Flowers Village to come out once in a while, so he could contact him this way. At this time, he and Sun Lingxing had already entered the Dead Land. Stepping into the Dead Land, a wave of deathly aura blew across. Qinxiang immediately sensed that a few evil ancestor demon guards were Russ. Plussing over. These guys are getting more and more sensitive. Qinxiang allowed Sun Lingxing to enter the Yao Mountain Villa. Then he teleported himself to an underground secret room. World-defying stage dragon ancestors, Soul Fragment was still here. When he saw that Qinxiang had arrived and become very strong, he was overjoyed. Dragon ancestor, what's the situation now? Qinxiang asked anxiously. Not good. The world-defying stage evil ancestor is getting stronger and stronger for some reason. Previously, the Tao Father and I fought with him. We almost couldn't beat him. World-defying stage dragon ancestor said, What about you? How are things going? The world-defying dragon demon was killed by me, along with his group of brothers. They were all killed by me. How am I supposed to get into that seal? Qinxiang said, Or is it to remove the seal and let you out? What is your current cultivation level? The world-defying stage dragon ancestor only had a soul fragment at the moment, so he could not see Qinxiang's true strength, but he was sure that Qinxiang was definitely in world-defying stage right now. World-defying stage's profound rank has just reached the initial stage. I've just cultivated the primordial profound body and world-defying soul. Qinxiang said, according to cultivation level, he was indeed at this cultivation level, but his strength was not, because his world-defying soul were 6 proud and unparalleled soul beasts, and only one was a world-defying beast with an arrogant and profound body. Its strength was extremely terrifying, and one could not directly see it with their cultivation. So fast! The world-defying stage dragon ancestor was extremely shocked. He felt that it was already pretty good that Qinxiang was able to enter the world-defying stage. Dragon ancestor, the situation outside is not looking good either. A world-defying stage, heavenly sect, or something has appeared. Qinxiang said. Sure enough, when he talked about world-defying stage, heavenly sect, his expression changed and was filled with worry. This D.A.M. Ned World-Defying Stage Heavenly Sect. He actually broke the seal. World-Defying Stage Dragon Ancestor scolded in a low voice. It seems you know what kind of trash this World-Defying Stage Heavenly Sect is. Qin Xiang had told him before that the World-Defying Stage Heavenly Sect was not a good person, and that he could tell this from the joint forces of the World-Defying Stage Heavenly Sect and the Dragon Demon. But you don't have to worry. If the World-Defying Stage Heavenly Sect really does appear, then his sworn enemy should be appearing soon. He seemed to know more than Sun Lingxing. After all, Sun Lingxing was already sealed in the World-Defying Stage Divine Mausoleum back then, and the World-Defying Stage Heavenly Sect was only built later on. Who is World-Defying Stage Heavenly Sect's sworn enemy? Although Qin Xiang had the answer in his heart, he didn't dare to be sure. Myriad Tao Divine Mountain. World-Defying Stage Dragon Ancestor said, "This Myriad Tao Divine Mountain and this World-Defying Stage Heavenly Sect have never stopped." Why? This was exactly what Qin Xiang had guessed. Myriad Tao Divine Mountain and World-Defying Stage Heavenly Sect were indeed sworn enemies. I had just heard that the Tao Father said that the Myriad Tao Divine Mountain was in charge of executing the punishment of the Myriad Tao's laws, and the World-Defying Stage Heavenly Sect had violated the punishment, and had even fought against the executor back then. This caused the World-Defying Stage Heavenly Sect to be sealed. The World-Defying Stage Dragon Ancestor said, "The World-Defying Stage Heavenly Sect was indeed sealed for a period of time. Tang Zhongjie was originally from the World-Defying Stage Heavenly Sect, but he never thought that it would be sealed by the Myriad Tao Divine Mountain. Tang Zhongjie had said before that the World-Defying Stage Heavenly Sect was sealed by a mysterious power, and it was actually done by the Myriad Tao Divine Mountain. The Myriad Tao Divine Mountain was indeed very strong, but the World-Defying Stage Heavenly Sect was not weak either, to actually be able to break the Myriad Tao Divine Mountain seal. In order for Qin Xiang to know more about the matters of the Myriad Tao Divine Mountain, he told the World-Defying Stage Dragon Ancestor about the appearance of the World-Defying Stage Heavenly Sect and the Myriad Tao Divine Mountain. Before the Natural Law Divine Lord died, he said that the Myriad Tao Divine Mountain was there to find slaves, so he said down many things to the people there. Qin Xiang asked, "Is that true?" World-Defying Stage Dragon Ancestor frowned. "There is such a possibility. In short, Myriad Tao Divine Mountain is extremely ruthless. In order to reach their goal, they use any means they can, and all living things are just a ball of energy in their eyes. They look down upon living beings, mainly because the people of the Myriad Tao Divine Mountain are ruthless lives created by the laws of the Myriad Tao. Cold and emotionless is the most obvious characteristic of the people of Myriad Tao. Other than that, they also have evil tendencies, such as greed, bloodle, and so on. After all, life is like S in their eyes, so they would definitely treat humans very badly." Qin Xiang now had a clearer understanding of the Myriad Tao Divine Mountain. The World-Defying Stage Dragon Ancestor was originally also from the World-Defying Stage Heavenly Sect, so he was sure that he had come into contact with the Myriad Tao Divine Mountain before, which was why he had such a conclusion. Therefore, Myriad Tao Divine Mountain appearing in the natural law world is most likely because he wants to train the people there to become powerful and then make them use it. We must be careful of that. If we let them control it, then it would be extremely terrifying. World-Defying Stage Dragon Ancestor said, "You said before that World-Defying Stage Heavenly Sect only appeared there after Myriad Tao Divine Mountain appeared, right?" Qin Xiang had told him this because the Myriad Tao Divine Mountain appeared first. It allowed them to have a certain level of power foundation to resist the World-Defying Stage Heavenly Sect, and the World-Defying Stage Heavenly Sect also made them feel extremely disgusted. Because the Myriad Tao Divine Mountain had helped them, they had a good impression of the Myriad Tao Divine Mountain. It could be said that they completely trusted the myriad Tao Divine Mountain and frequently sent people to the myriad Tao Divine Mountain. Chen Xiang explained the details again. Then we should be even more careful. The world-defying stage dragon ancestor said. Now the myriad Tao Divine Mountain will begin to create conflicts between the humans there and the world-defying stage heavenly sect. Once the time is right, the myriad Tao Divine Mountain will make a move on the humans there. Chen Xiang had already warned LV Chilean and the others before, telling them to be careful of the myriad Tao Divine Mountain. Dragon Ancestor, world-defying stage Tao Ancestor has created so many worlds. After following him for so many years, you must have experience in these areas. I want to ask, how do I get back to the natural law world? Even though I am able to channel the power of the natural law world, I don't feel that I am controlling the operation of the natural law world at all. Qin Xiang said. He had previously tried to change the timing and circulation of the natural law world, but he could not succeed. The reason why you are still unable to control it is because the overall strength of that world is already greater than your current strength. World-defying stage dragon ancestor said, the Taoist is also in the same situation. He is currently unable to control the world he created. Actually, this is also one of the myriad Tao's rules. A world is equivalent to a living being. If your strength makes this world weak, you simply cannot change the rules of this world. This is a normal phenomenon. Right now, you can at least absorb the power of the natural law world. But the Tao Father has created so many big and small worlds, making this world colorful, and he can't absorb a single bit of it. World-defying stage dragon ancestor had a look of helplessness on his face. See 3014. See 3014 when Qin Xiang thought about it. He also felt a bit helpless. The world that the world-defying stage Tao ancestor created to produce such a powerful living being. He was unable to absorb even the slightest bit of its power. In the end, it had to be sealed. If you want to go back, then this might be a bit difficult. But I think there's still some hope for you since your power of S.P. AC is so powerful. The world-defying stage dragon ancestor said, of course, this is mainly because your strength is too strong, and also because you are the controller of the natural law world. The myriad Tao's rules do not allow you to return. However, you can try to use your clone to go back. Previously, natural law divine, Lord had gone back overboard. That clone was not very strong. Qin Xiang needed to use his clones to bring back a few things, especially the ingredients needed to refine heaven and earth infinite danas, which could allow a person to step into the world-defying stage. Although this pill was rather hard to refine and required world-defying D-Fire S, he felt that Feng Yujie, Hua Xiangyue, and the others would have a way to solve this problem. Furthermore, he even planned to refine a few more world-defying stage divine power pearls for them to absorb their divine power to use. If they could cultivate world-defying D-Fire, then it would definitely be twice the result with half the effort. I need to hurry up and refine more world-defying stage divine power pills for them. Qin Xiang thought, and he also had something he needed to busy himself, which was to help the world-defying stage Tao ancestor escape. We'll talk about this later. Qin Xiang said, Dragon ancestor, I need to quickly help you guys defeat the world-defying stage evil ancestor. Oh, right. I still have a friend in the world-defying stage who is in the profound rank to help me. Read fiction, Biu. Chen Xiang anxiously asked Sun Lingxing to come out. Sun Lingxing's strength was still very strong, although she was only at the initial stage of the saint body. She used all sorts of ancient techniques and was extremely powerful. All right, now you can enter the seal. Initially, it was very easy for me to get in as well. But once we do, we can immediately kill the world-defying stage evil ancestor. Seeing that Sun Lingxing had such a powerful helper, world-defying stage dragon ancestor was extremely happy and quickly replied. Sun Lingxing asked, Is world-defying stage evil ancestor also a member of the world-defying stage heavenly sect. World-defying stage dragon ancestor didn't understand Sun Lingxing, but he knew that such a strong woman like Sun Lingxing definitely had an extraordinary background. He believed in Chen Xiang, so he didn't inquire about Sun Lingxing's background. Yes, we were originally all from world-defying stage heavenly sect, but the Tao ancestor and I were seen by them as traitors. The world-defying stage evil ancestor and the world-defying dragon demon were here to kill us. World-defying stage dragon ancestor said, "This is mainly because the things that world-defying stage heavenly sect told us to do back then were two. This touches upon the bottom line of the Tao Fathers. The Tao Fathers definitely didn't want to do this, so we left the world-defying stage heavenly sect. Who knew that not long after we left the world-defying stage heavenly sect, the myriad Tao Divine Mountain used a lot of power to seal the world-defying stage heavenly sect?" Sun Lingxing said, "Then we must immediately kill world-defying stage evil ancestor, or else world-defying stage heavenly sect will come and save him." Back then, because world-defying stage heavenly sect was afraid of me, he gave up on saving the world-defying dragon demon. You all became enemies with the world-defying stage heavenly sect, but the strength of the world-defying stage evil ancestor was very strong, so maybe they would really cherish the world-defying stage evil ancestor a lot. After all, right now, the world-defying stage heavenly sect needs to be strong enough to fight against the myriad Tao Divine Mountain. Yes, immediately enter the seal. World-defying stage dragon ancestor thought about this. His face changed as he anxiously replied, "Under the guidance of the world-defying stage dragon ancestor, Chen Xiang brought Sun Lingxing to the seal in the middle of the Dead Land. It was indeed easy to enter, so Chen Xiang used a spatial jump to easily enter. There was a huge hall inside. It should have been an underground palace, but it had already been sealed up by a powerful enchantment, and the energy it consumed came from the myriad Tao Mausoleum. In order for the divine wasteland to operate steadily, the construction of the myriad Tao Mausoleum attracted a large number of evil demons, and only the world-defying stage evil ancestor was able to leave. In order to trap the world-defying stage evil ancestor, the world-defying stage Tao ancestor had no choice but to use himself to lure the world-defying stage evil ancestor into the barrier. When Chen Xiang arrived, he saw the world-defying stage dragon ancestor and an old man sitting cross-legged in a corner, and in the other corner was an old man dressed in a black robe who emitted a black qi. This old man had a dense evil qi, so he should be the world-defying stage evil ancestor. After he discovered Chen Xiang, he flew over with an extremely fast speed. World-defying stage dragon ancestor and world-defying stage Tao ancestor also anxiously attacked. After plussing world-defying stage evil ancestor back, Chen Xiang could clearly see his appearance. He had guessed that the half-ghost old man was the world-defying stage Tao ancestor, but he did not. World-defying stage Tao ancestor was very kind. He had white hair and white eyebrows, was tall and thin, wore a white robe, and currently he was smiling benevolently at Chen Xiang. "You actually let a little ghost in to die, haha. Looks like you guys don't have much ability after all. How many years has it been since I've raised such a little kid?" The world-defying stage evil ancestor laughed from afar. "It's still better than yours. You raised so many underlings, took out so many crippled world-defying soul, and thought that they would become stronger to help you. But what about now? No one can be seen." He already knew that Chen Xiang had killed the world-defying dragon demon, but he did not say anything. Don't be complacent. Although the world-defying stage evil ancestor saw Chen Xiang coming in, he was not worried at all. It was as if he had something to rely on. Seeing world-defying stage evil ancestor's reaction, Chen Xiang and world-defying stage dragon ancestor looked at each other. This meant that the world-defying stage evil ancestor was waiting for the world-defying stage heavenly sect to save him. They did not know how many strong world-defying stage there were within the world-defying stage heavenly sect. But it was enough to save the world-defying stage evil ancestor. World-defying stage Tao ancestor had stayed here with world-defying stage evil ancestor for many years. So they definitely could not allow world-defying stage evil ancestor to be saved. Suddenly, Qin Xiang heard the sound transmission from the world-defying stage Tao ancestor. "Little friend, I will attack together with Xiao Long later. You see the opportunity to attack. See the opportunity to let that girl out. We have to deal a fatal blow to world-defying stage evil ancestor." And taking into account that world-defying stage heavenly sect might come at any moment, we originally wanted to discuss this thoroughly. But we had no choice but to end this quickly. "All right, I'm ready." Qin Xiang inspected all the various divine artifacts he could use before replying. Receiving his reply, world-defying stage Tao ancestor suddenly teleported behind world-defying stage evil ancestor. The white rod in his hand already smashed onto world-defying stage evil ancestor's head. Pucci! The world-defying stage evil ancestor was also prepared. After all, he and the world-defying stage Tao ancestor had been stuck in this mess for many years. Although he had gotten hit on the head, he did not sustain any serious injuries. The evil ancestor snorted. He immediately retaliated, and in an instant a rumbling sound came out. The red and white light constantly flashed. The astral wind filled the entire hall, and a burst of energy surged out, causing Qin Xiang to be unable to endure it. The world-defying stage dragon ancestor also attacked. His speed was also very fast. Using 2 swords, he had already charged into the battlefield and was cooperating with the Tao ancestor to attack the evil ancestor. C 3015. C 3015, the world-defying stage evil ancestor, didn't seem to know about the world-defying dragon demon's death. And from the looks of it, he was still waiting for the world-defying dragon demon to save him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so calm and collected right now, and he also didn't understand Qin Xiang well enough, so he thought that Qin Xiang was a very ordinary world-defying stage. Qin Xiang felt that it was a little strange. World-defying dragon demon and world-defying stage evil ancestor had such a close relations. H, I plus P, and now that they were dead, world-defying stage evil ancestor did not have any other reactions. At this moment, the dragon and Tao Father were using all of their strength to fight the evil ancestor. However, it was still very difficult for them to win, which showed how powerful the evil ancestor was. This world-defying stage evil ancestor is indeed very powerful. No wonder the dragon and Tao Father were unable to kill him here for so many years. What Qin Xiang did not expect was that world-defying stage Tao ancestor would actually receive a fierce punch from the evil ancestor. After the world-defying stage Tao ancestor was flung into the air, Qin Xiang immediately rushed over to catch it. "I'm fine, don't do anything for now." World-defying stage Tao ancestor took a deep breath and rushed out. The battlefield was extremely chaotic and intense. World-defying stage Tao ancestor and world-defying stage dragon ancestor had coordinated very well for so many years, and their fighting techniques were very compatible. "He's here." When Qin Xiang saw world-defying stage evil ancestor use that kind of terrifying attack again, it was from his fist striking out a red and blue light ball. When it exploded out, that wave of red and blue astral wind caused Qin Xiang's entire body to feel extremely pained. "This fellow's strength can actually penetrate my spatial barrier." Qin Xiang had also been hurt by this astral wind before, so he thought that he could use his spatial barrier to block it, but it was still useless. This time it was world-defying stage dragon ancestor who received the punch. Fortunately, his body suddenly shone with a golden light, and strong dragon scales overflowed to protect his body, preventing him from suffering too much damage. Previously, the world-defying stage Tao ancestor did not have much defense, but after being struck he was fine. It could be seen that the strength of the world-defying stage Tao ancestor was much stronger than the world-defying stage dragon ancestor. World-defying stage evil ancestor sneered, "You are still the same." This time, I will not let you off. In the past, I had many chances to kill all of you, but I was worried that after you all die, I would become extremely bored here. That's why I let you all live with me. But now, there's no need for that anymore. I will be able to leave very soon." The world-defying stage evil ancestor laughed. This seal was set up by the world-defying stage Tao ancestor. Although he said that breaking this formation would allow him to get rid of the world-defying stage Tao ancestor, the world-defying stage evil ancestor did not believe his nonsense. He was worried that after killing the world-defying stage evil ancestor, not only would the seal not be broken, it would even produce the power to destroy itself. He also had another worry, which was that he was worried that he would be very lonely. Are you counting on world-defying stage heavenly sect to save you? As world-defying stage Tao ancestor spoke, he shot out 2 golden beads. After the 2 beads flew out, they turned into 2 clones of the world-defying stage Tao ancestor. Holding golden long swords, he dodged back and forth, Russ. H.I. plus-ing towards the world-defying stage evil ancestor, hacking crazily. World-defying stage evil ancestor's entire body was covered in black chi. His eyes suddenly flashed, and 2 blue-black lights shot out from his eyes. They struck the 2 clones and pierced through their heads. World-defying stage evil ancestor thought that he would be able to kill the doppelganger with just that, but he never thought that the doppelganger would actually be fine. What kind of strange move? World-defying stage evil ancestor shouted as he punched the 2 clones. Boo! The avatar exploded, releasing a large amount of golden liquid that sprinkled onto world-defying stage evil ancestor's body. World-defying stage evil ancestor's black aura seemed as if it was going to melt, and his body was being corroded by the golden liquid at a faster speed. World-defying stage evil ancestor immediately roared. When world-defying stage dragon ancestor saw this, his body suddenly swelled up and transformed into the human form of a dragon. So, world-defying stage dragon ancestor was sent flying like a ray of light, fiercely cross. H.I. plussing into world-defying stage evil ancestor's body. Furthermore, his 2 sharp dragon claws had ruthlessly pierced into world-defying stage evil ancestor's body. Although it did not pierce through it, world-defying stage evil ancestor was already screaming in pain. The chance had come. Qin Xiang never thought that the situation would change so quickly. With a thought, he caused all 6 of the proud soul beasts in the divine sense, to attach themselves to his arms, causing his arms to suddenly expand. After he teleported over, he punched world-defying stage evil ancestor's head hard, using his meteor immortal power. As the 6 beasts' chi roared out, the violent vibrations and the 6 colored light rays also exploded out. The blinding light quickly disappeared, and world-defying stage evil ancestor's head was struck off by Qin Xiang. However, world-defying stage evil ancestor didn't die and was already extremely angry. This is bad. Then he grabbed Qin Xiang and quickly retreated. However, world-defying stage dragon ancestor was only slightly slow before a black dragon claw came out from world-defying stage evil ancestor's chest and grabbed onto his neck. When world-defying stage Tao ancestor saw the terrifying arm that was filled with the true berserk evil chi, he was overwhelmed with shock. However, he still immediately rushed over, otherwise it was very possible that world-defying stage dragon ancestor would be killed. Qin Xiang stood there in a daze. The head of the world-defying stage evil ancestor wasn't even halfway full, and he still wasn't dead yet. In other words, the world-defying stage evil ancestor wasn't affected by anything. If the divine sense C was not affected, he could still release the powerful world-defying stage divine power from the divine sense C. After world-defying stage Tao ancestor went over, he waved the divine weapon in his hand and continued to chop at world-defying stage evil ancestor's body. frantically trying to cut the dragon claw that was coming out from the wound on his chest, but it was unable to harm his arm. What a strong defense! Chen Xiang also rushed over and started chopping at World Defying Stage Dragon Ancestor's back. However, his heavenly magic sword was like a chopping knife on hard iron. Clanging sounds rang through the air. Clang, 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 clang. Be careful! World Defying Stage Tao Ancestor suddenly shouted, but it was already too late. Qin Xiang had already been grabbed by the dragon claw coming from World Defying Stage Evil Ancestor's back. The World Defying Stage Evil Ancestor laughed sinisterly and retracted his arm that was sticking out from his chest. These two arms had grabbed onto Qin Xiang and World Defying Stage Dragon Ancestor, and if he were to pull them back, both of them would enter his body. Don't even think about succeeding, Chen Xiang bellowed, only to see 6 World Defying Beasts suddenly appearing. Although they looked small, their powerful spirit qi still shocked World Defying Stage Tao Ancestor. The one who bore the brunt of the attack was the Azure Dragon. The green dragon directly entered World Defying Stage Evil Ancestor's mouth, and then it was the white tiger that firmly held onto Qin Xiang's dragon claw. Its sharp teeth had already sunk into it, causing the dragon claw to exude black evil blood. Meanwhile, the qilin bit onto its other arm, causing World Defying Stage Dragon Ancestor to feel much better. The 2 arms were so powerful that Chen Xiang felt like his neck was about to break. See 3016. See 3016, seeing Chen Xiang suddenly releasing these powerful World Defying Beast, World Defying Stage Dragon Ancestor, and World Defying Stage Tao Ancestor both took a deep breath. They knew what this meant. They knew very well just how terrifying a world-defying beast was when it came to cultivating. Brat, why didn't you release it earlier? World-defying Stage Tao Ancestor said excitedly, "This is good." Qin Xiang did not expect this world-defying beast to be so powerful, or perhaps the world-defying beast seemed to specialize in restraining the world-defying stage evil ancestor. In just a short while, the 2 evil dragon claws of the world-defying stage evil ancestor were bitten off by qilins and white tigers. Soon after, Qin Xiang and the world-defying stage dragon ancestor were escorted by the black turtle and the ground-suppressing immortal elephant. Golden flames also came out of the vermilion bird's mouth to attack. The vermilion bird's flames were extremely powerful. After just a brief burn, the black scales on the world-defying stage evil ancestor had melted. Ever since the Azure Dragon entered the world-defying stage evil ancestor's body, the power of the world-defying stage evil ancestor began to decline. Azure Dragon! Qin Xiang shouted, only to see world-defying stage evil ancestor's body suddenly splitting open and leaking out a green light. The green dragon's body was currently expanding, the expansion speed was extremely fast, and in a moment, the body of world-defying stage evil ancestor was bursting. Dead. Qin Xiang stared blankly at that black-colored fragment. Not yet. World-defying stage Tao ancestor shouted anxiously. Qin Xiang immediately controlled the vermilion bird to release flames to burn the black fragments on the ground. Just a moment ago, when he was grabbed by the primordial evil ape, his body became extremely weak, as if all of the life force in his body was going to be devoured, causing him to be completely exhausted. Furthermore, the 6 divine beasts were not in his divine sense C, which made him even more powerless. Otherwise, he would have been able to use world-defying fire to burn them. The world-defying stage Tao ancestor also quickly charged over, releasing the strong world-defying fire S. What made Chen Xiang inconceivable was that he could actually see a bit of pale white flame, like a translucent mist. To be able to see world-defying stage Tao ancestors world-defying fire, this meant that world-defying stage Tao ancestors' flames were very strong. Dragon ancestor, are you all right? Chunseong looked at world-defying stage dragon ancestor, who was seated on the black tortoise's ell. Much better. World-defying stage dragon ancestor strength was still far inferior to the evil ancestors, so when the dragon claw grabbed hold of him, it caused his vitality to be greatly damaged. The few world-defying beast had also returned to his divine sense C. Only the vermilion bird was still outside helping the world-defying stage Tao ancestor burn away the black fragments to prevent the world-defying stage Tao ancestor from being reincarnated. Dragon ancestor, why are my 6 divine beasts so powerful? Chunseong had also seen it just now. The world-defying stage evil ancestor was killed by those divine beasts. Previously, when he was using it to deal with the world-defying dragon demon, he only needed the azure dragon to come out and easily killed the world-defying dragon demon. You don't know this, but these divine beasts are all divine beasts of the law. They were also called heavenly beasts as before. In short, the strongest beasts can be bred from the myriad Tao's laws. The world-defying stage dragon ancestor replied, "Of course, this kind of divine beast is very common, but there aren't many that can cultivate the primordial divine body." Chunseong nodded. He had seen many of these divine beasts before, and some of them were in the natural law world. These law divine beasts are the incarnations of the myriad Tao. Something like the world-defying stage evil ancestor is most afraid of this kind of divine beast. The world-defying stage dragon ancestor continued. Because the evil energy that the world-defying stage evil ancestor cultivates is originally the most resistant out of all of the myriad Tao's laws, and the sacred beasts that the myriad Tao's laws produce are born with the magic power to fight against this kind of evil demon. Even if their strength is far weaker than the evil demons, they can still easily break through the evil demon's defense. Chunseong had also just seen how the white tiger and Qilin easily bit off the 2 dragon claws, so no matter how hard he and world-defying stage Tao ancestor were, they couldn't leave any traces on the dragon claws. But you are actually able to cultivate these 6 divine beasts. This is simply hard to imagine. It would be pretty good if we could cultivate one out. World-defying stage dragon ancestor said, "Over the years, I have been working hard to cultivate my world-defying green dragon, and right now, I am still far from success." Seeing Chunseong's expression, world-defying stage dragon ancestor had some respect. He also wanted to ask Chunseong how did he cultivate it. "I don't know how I managed to cultivate them either. What's more, I didn't know that these 6 fellows would be so powerful. How should he put it? All of this was naturally formed by me, and I don't have anyone to guide me. This has been going on for many years." At first, Chunseong only had 4 beast statues, silhouettes, inside his dantian. Thinking back, he had also mysteriously entered this state of cultivation, and he had once lost them for a period of time. In the end, he managed to find them after he opened the 2nd divine sense C. However, he was still confused by the divine beasts in the divine sense see later on. Previously, he didn't use much of the power of these divine beasts. He believed that they hadn't fully matured yet, but now it looked like it had grown, and this was also Chunseong's strongest power. Let nature take its course. World-defying stage dragon ancestor seemed to be muttering these words, frowning. "So that's how it is." World-defying stage dragon ancestor suddenly sighed, and looked as if he had suddenly become enlightened. "Why can't I cultivate it? It's because I'm too insistent on this state. Every time I cultivate, I want to quickly cultivate this world-defying green dragon, and no matter what, I want to reach this realm. That's why I can't naturally go train." If you want to cultivate a world-defying green dragon, you must let nature take its course. After all, this is the natural nurturing of the myriad Tao's power. After world-defying stage dragon ancestor understood the situation, his mood improved a lot. He chuckled. "You didn't know about the existence of the world-defying beast from the beginning to end, and when you were cultivating, You didn't think that you would deliberately train them into world-defying beast. Instead, you would naturally cultivate and raise your strength. World-defying stage Tao ancestor was also listening to them. Right now, he and the vermilion bird had already finished cleaning up. You can't let world-defying stage heavenly sect know that you have cultivated 6 world-defying beast. The world-defying stage Tao ancestor said. Why? Chun Xiang's expression became serious. The people from world-defying stage heavenly sect already saw me using the green dragon. Do you see the azure dragon? World-defying stage Tao ancestor frowned. This is troublesome. The people from world-defying stage heavenly sect were originally tortured by this kind of world-defying beast, and they had always hoped to own this world-defying beast, so they'll try to get it from you. They are so strong. Could it be that they can't cultivate it out? Why do you want mine? Qin Xiang jumped up. This group of B-A-S-T-A-R-D-S. It's precisely because they don't have such powerful world-defying beast, and they hope to obtain it. That's why they would fight over it. Right now, your azure dragon is still very young, so it's a very good target for them, and one that's easy to tame. The world-defying stage Tao ancestor said. C3017. C3017, the world-defying stage Tao ancestor, was truly worthy of being called the strongest here. Of course, the world-defying stage evil ancestor was also very strong, but he never thought that a little kid like Chun Xiang could actually cultivate a world-defying beast, and 6 of them at that. I definitely won't let them succeed. Chun Xiang snorted. World-defying stage heavenly sect, and these guys, it's fine if I don't go look for them. But you actually have ideas on me. When world-defying stage heavenly sect was in natural law world, he had bullied the women in there before, and the only thing Qin Xiang couldn't do now was go back. Otherwise, if he went back, he would have definitely flattened the world-defying stage heavenly sect in natural law world. Let's get out of here first. World-defying stage Tao ancestor said. Before, world-defying stage evil ancestor was filled with confidence. I was sure that world-defying stage heavenly sect would come to save him. Now he should be here. All right. Chun Xiang nodded. He had not recovered yet. When he saw the 6 divine beasts previously, he was still very spirited. But after entering his divine sense sea, he had fallen asleep instantly. He guessed that it was because the 6 world-defying beast used the magic power S that specialized in fighting the evil spirits that caused them to consume so much energy. Furthermore, world-defying stage dragon ancestor situation was slightly better than Qin Xiang's. At least he looked better now. That guy's claws are so scary. I almost got killed by him. Qin Xiang rubbed his neck, still feeling a little pain. I'll read the novel Ibdu. We've never seen him use this trick before. World-defying stage Tao ancestor was unsealing the seal. World-defying stage dragon ancestor supported Qin Xiang and laughed. Now we can relax a lot. After that guy dies, Tao Father and I will be free after so many years. They had been sealed here for many years after being entangled with the world-defying stage evil ancestor for so long. They had long been tired of it. If it wasn't for destroying the world-defying stage evil ancestor, they would rather die. After the seal was removed, the world-defying stage Tao ancestor took Qin Xiang and the dragon ancestor outside. When they arrived outside, they originally thought that they would be surrounded by many evil ancestor demon guards. However, this was not the case. They were surrounded, but the people surrounding them were from world-defying stage heavenly sect. Qin Xiang recognized a few of them, but one of them was world-defying stage heavenly sect leader, Luo Jianqing. Yo, it was fun inside. Luo Jianqing laughed out loud. World-defying stage Tao ancestor's face turned ugly. Chen Xiang and the dragon ancestor were also like this. They could immediately guess that this group of people had already arrived here, yet they did not enter for a long time. If they were to enter, they could save world-defying stage evil ancestor. However, they did not do so. It was clear that the world-defying stage evil ancestor was no longer important in their eyes, because they felt that Qin Xiang's world-defying green dragon was more important. Therefore, they patiently waited outside. Just as I expected, Qin Xiang came here to save you. Luo Jianqing smiled. As expected of a world-defying beast, otherwise, even with another 10 Qin Xiangs, he would not be able to kill world-defying stage evil ancestor. You guys are really despicable to actually give up on world-defying stage evil ancestor. World-defying stage Tao ancestor stood in front of Qin Xiang and the dragon ancestor. World-defying stage evil ancestor is indeed powerful, but compared to world-defying beast, he's way too lacking. Luo Jianqing laughed. Luo Tianjun, you can't run away. Do you recognize what this is? Luo Jianqing took out a cyan-colored box. After he opened it, a woman's head hurriedly appeared. Seeing this head, world-defying stage Tao ancestor's face froze. Following that, he became enraged. Just as he was trembling in anger, world-defying stage dragon ancestor patted his shoulder. Qin Xiang immediately thought that the head in the box must be the closest person to him. Otherwise, he would not be so sad. And what he did not expect was that the world-defying stage Tao ancestor was actually surnamed Luo and was called Luo Tianjun. It seemed that he had some sort of relations. Hi plus P with Luo Jianqing. Qin Xiang was thinking of a way to escape. Since there were no spatial restrictions here, he felt that he could use the power of S.P.A.C. to pick them off. Of course, the world-defying stage Tao ancestor Luo Tianjun could also do it. It was just that Luo Jianqing was currently very confident. He was definitely confident enough to deal with Luo Tianjun using the power of S.P.A.C. to escape. Luo Tianjun quickly calmed himself down. He knew that he was a world-defying stage Tao ancestor, and behind him, there were still Qin Xiang and his good friends that needed his help. If he couldn't suppress his anger, he wouldn't be able to save Qin Xiang and his world-defying stage dragon ancestor. How about we make a deal? Luo Jianqing smiled and said, as long as you let Qin Xiang seed the world-defying green dragon, I will let your wife's soul have a good home. Luo Tianjun clenched his fists, the anger surging forth once again. Look at how pitiful she is. She has already died for many years, but her soul can only be sealed inside the head, never to reincarnate. Ha! Luo Jianqing laughed out loud. He was purposely provoking Luo Tianjun right now. Luo Tianjun snorted in anger. A burst of berserk spatial energy exploded out from his body. Indeed, just as Qin Xiang had guessed, as soon as Luo Tianjun used the power of S.P.A.C., a cyan of light surrounded him, causing Luo Tianjun's power of S.P.A.C. to be completely swallowed and unable to be used. Dragon ancestor, what are those green dots of light? Qin Xiang asked anxiously. S.P.A.C. evil worms, a magical insect that can devour the power of S.P.A.C. and disrupt the circulation of the laws of S.P.A.C. They are considered to be an unrivaled holy beast. Although they're not as powerful as world-defying beast, they are still quite special. The world-defying stage dragon ancestor said, these guys have produced so many of these worms. It seems like they have spent a lot of resources. You won't be able to escape. Hurry up and agree. Otherwise, I will torture your wife's soul here. Luo Jianqing urged. At the same time, a black flame appeared from his fingertips, reaching into the woman's forehead. Luo Tianjun's expression turned cold. I definitely won't agree. Even if I kill Qin Xiang, I definitely won't let you guys get the world-defying beast. So you better hurry up and stop. Don't force me to perish together with you. We perish together? Do you have the ability to do so? This old dragon looked weak right now, and Qin Xiang was weak too. Look at our side. The 4 great sacred monarchs of world-defying stage heavenly sect are all here. Your life or death is not up to you to decide. Luo Jianqing sneered. They wanted Qinxiang to hand over the world, defying Green Dragon. This way, it would be much easier to tame it if they were to forcefully TCH it. The training results might not be good. Since you are so indifferent, I will see just how long you can endure. Do you like to see your wife's soul tortured? Luo Jianqing laughed sinisterly. Luo Tianjun clenched his fists, his entire body trembling in anger, while Luo Jianqing's fingers continued to approach the forehead of the head. The flames were already close to touching it. Everything happened so suddenly, and there were no spatial energy fluctuations at all. By the time Luo Jianqing managed to react, the box was already in Qinxiang's hands. Luo Jianqing was startled. He could not understand how Qinxiang took the box from his hands. In that moment, he was truly alarmed, but he quickly calmed down. Even if there was nothing that could threaten Luo Tianjun, Qinxiang and the rest could not escape. C3018. C3018 Luo Jianqing looked at the S.P.A.C. evil worm in his hands. He was very sure that Qinxiang did not use spatial force just now. But why did the box in his hands suddenly reach Qinxiang's hands? Luo Tianjun was also very surprised. Both he and world-defying stage dragon ancestor were surprised that Qinxiang suddenly took the box away. With Qinxiang right beside them, they did not feel Qinxiang using his spatial energy. Not bad, you have some skill. But so what? Luo Jianqing laughed coldly, took out a large black net, and waved his hand towards the sky. You guys can surrender now. Luo Tianjun had wanted to attack initially, but Qinxiang suddenly used a sound transmission to tell him not to attack. The giant net quickly trapped them, but they did not make a move. Luo Tianjun did not know what Qinxiang wanted to do, but he knew that Qinxiang definitely had some tricks up his sleeves. Dao Father, let's go to the world-defying stage, Heavenly Sect first. Right now, Dragon Ancestor and I have exhausted a lot of our energy and are unable to quickly recover within a short period of time. We need time to rest and escape from world-defying stage, Heavenly Sect, after we recover. Qinxiang sent sound transmissions to world-defying stage Tao Ancestor and world-defying stage Dragon Ancestor. World-defying stage, Heavenly Sect, is such a tight place. Are you sure you can escape? By the way, how did you get the box from that B-A-S-T-A-R-D just now? World-defying stage Dragon Ancestor was very curious and immediately asked with sound transmission. I use the time laws. That is the time and S-P-A-C power. The S-P-A-C evil worm can only sense the power of S-P-A-C, so my time and S-P-A-C power is effective, but the consumption is too great. I can only use it to S-N-A-T-H back that box, and it will be very difficult for us to escape. Qinxiang said, unless I recover. Qinxiang had not recovered yet. The reason why he was able to use the time and S-P-A-C power, which had consumed a lot of energy, was because he had absorbed a large amount of the natural law world's energy. He did not dare to absorb too much, as doing so would cause the natural law world to collapse. Time and S-P-A-C power, no wonder. Luo Tianjun sighed in his heart. World-defying stage Dragon Ancestor was also surprised. Qinxiang was actually able to control the time and S-A-C laws at the same time. This was truly difficult to come by. As long as Qinxiang managed to integrate the spatial laws into the laws of time, then it would no longer be the power of S-P-A-C. Not only could he prevent S-P-A-C insects or things like that, he could also guard against other formations and enchantments that specifically restricted the power of S-P-A-C. Okay, they will definitely bring us back to the world-defying stage, Heavenly Sect first, and then they will think of a way to get the world-defying green dragon from your hands. Luo Tianjun said, at the moment, they are very interested in the world-defying green dragon, so before they obtain it, they will not dare to do anything to you. Luo Jianqing locked Qinxiang and the other two in a small peg. Oda then shrunk the peg down and left the myriad Tao mausoleum. After leaving the Myriad Tao Mausoleum, Luo Jianqing said, "There's no need for this Myriad Tao Mausoleum to exist anymore. Destroy him. I hate what Luo Tianjun this guy made, and in the future, this divine wasteland will be ours. I don't want to see everything he built." Although Luo Jianqing was not the strongest and was not the most powerful in the world-defying stage heavenly sect, his status was not low either. He could make some of the people from the world-defying stage listen to his orders. Although there were many world-defying stages in the world-defying stage heavenly sect, it was not easy for them to destroy the Myriad Tao Mausoleum. However, with Luo Jianqing's order, the people of world-defying stage heavenly sect would probably think of ways to destroy the Myriad Tao Mausoleum. The world-defying stage heavenly sect was right inside the divine wasteland, but it was sealed previously, so no one knew where it was. Only after the seal was broken did the world-defying stage heavenly sect see the light of day again. Currently, the world-defying stage heavenly sect was like the sun in the sky, the strongest power within the divine wasteland, and only the Myriad Tao Divine Mountain could suppress them. Spirit Star, have you heard of Luo Tianjun? Sun Lingxing had entered the world-defying stage divine mausoleum very early on, and at that time the world-defying stage Tao ancestor had not seen him yet. Therefore, Sun Lingxing had never heard of the world-defying stage Tao ancestor either. After all, the Tli of world-defying stage Tao ancestor was only given later, and Sun Lingxing, who had always been in the tomb, knew very little about it. However, the name world-defying stage Tao ancestor seemed to be related to the current sect leader Luo Jianqing, so he casually asked. He never thought that Sun Lingxing would actually know this name. "I have heard of it before, but I have only occasionally heard my elders mention it. In the world-defying stage heavenly sect, the Luo family is a huge family, and Luo Tianjun is definitely from the Sky sect. He should be a member of the Luo family's third generation." Sun Lingxing said, "Luo Jianqing is from the fourth generation. The Skyworm sect is 1 generation older than him. That means the world-defying stage Tao ancestor is a very ancient existence." Qin Xiang didn't expect that. After all, Luo Jianqing was someone who was at the same time as Sun Lingxing in his previous life, and Luo Tianjun was an older generation as well. Yes, the first generation of the Luo family had already died in the world-defying stage divine mausoleum, and the second generation later on. They built the world-defying stage heavenly sect. The third generation was trained greatly, and the third generation should be the strongest senior generation within the world-defying stage heavenly sect. If not, they would not have allowed the third generation, Luo Jianqing, to take charge of the world-defying stage heavenly sect. He was born, he said. The situation in the world-defying stage heavenly sect was actually this complicated. Qin Xiang did not expect it. World-defying stage Tao ancestor has always been entangled with world-defying stage evil ancestor, and has been implicated with him. Otherwise, his strength will definitely be even stronger. Sun Lingxing said, however, most of the world-defying stages are currently stuck at the world-defying holy body. This is mainly because they are cultivating the primordial divine body. I just wonder if the second generation of the world-defying stage heavenly sect have managed to cultivate the primordial divine body. How long would it take to return to world-defying stage heavenly sect from Myriad Tao Mausoleum's day? Qin Xiang asked. The earliest would be a day. These fellows aren't skilled enough in using the SPAC laws, and there are also so many of them. They must have flown back already. Luo Tianjun said, World-defying stage, heavenly sect should still be at that place. Even though I haven't returned there before, I can still remember the distance clearly. 1 day is enough time for us to recover. Qin Xiang said, Is that really enough? World-defying stage dragon ancestor said, I am not enough. Qin Xiang chuckled. Then he absorbed a bit of energy from the natural law world and stealthily channeled his time energy to envelop the 3 of them. This way, he could stall for time inside the natural law world, and no one outside would notice this. Sensing the power of time, world-defying stage dragon ancestor and Luo Tianjun immediately understood why Qin Xiang had said so much. It should be enough to buy us 1 month's time. Qin Xiang laughed. See 3019. See 3019, the world-defying stage, heavenly sect, was actually hiding in a thick cloud in the sky. Qin Xiang had judged it based on his own sensitivity towards S.P.A.C. and he, Luo Tianjun, and the world-defying stage dragon ancestor were still inside the tower. Luo Jianqing had already brought them to the world-defying stage, heavenly sect, so he was unable to see the outside world. Sect Master! I remember that the myriad star G. Oh, Des isn't with Qin Xiang? Why did she suddenly disappear? Should we guard against her a little? A middle-aged man asked Luo Jianqing. If we're outside, we'll have to be on guard against the myriad star Go Des, but inside world-defying stage heavenly sect, we don't need to worry. Besides the myriad Tao divine mountain, we don't need to be afraid of anyone else. What's faster is a mere woman. Luo Jianqing said. The world-defying stage, heavenly sect, was built on top of the clouds, and there were many big and small palaces and buildings here, just like a palace in the sky. Although Qin Xiang was locked in a divine artifact, he could still feel a powerful aura coming from the world-defying stage, heavenly sect. This world-defying stage, heavenly sect, is truly powerful, couldn't help but exclaim. At this time, both he and the world-defying stage dragon ancestor had already recovered, and he used the power of time to win for nearly a month's time, allowing them to return to their peak. I didn't expect they would make such a huge progress during this period of time. How strange! Luo Tianjun frowned. That's not right. Could it be that there is some power secretly helping them? Tao Father, why did you leave the world-defying stage, heavenly sect in the past? Qin Xiang only knew that world-defying stage, heavenly sect, walked a different path from Luo Tianjun, which was why he chose to withdraw. Back then, I wanted to become the sect leader of the world-defying stage, heavenly sect, then expand the world, and then construct a large and gorgeous world. And in this large world, there were many small and medium-sized worlds, forming a large gathering place. World-defying stage, heavenly sect agreed to do the same. But the strongest elder of the world-defying stage, heavenly sect, wanted me to promise to hand over control of the entire world to him. World-defying stage Tao ancestor said, this is absolute control. After obtaining control over this world, they will be able to absorb the energy of this world. If necessary, I can use all the power in the world for my own purposes. You should already know that there is a lot of myriad Tao's power, but you cannot gather too much of it into one person, or else you will be executed by the myriad Tao's laws and thrown into the world-defying stage divine mausoleum. Luo Tianjun said. Qin Xiang nodded. He was already very familiar with these rules. But if he did not absorb the myriad Tao's power and used it to refine pills, allowing the myriad Tao's power to grow and reproduce endlessly, he would not be punished by using this method to obtain the myriad Tao's power. The myriad Tao Danji. Oh, Di had done it, and he had already transcended the myriad Tao, so he was no longer within the rules of the myriad Tao. World-defying stage heavenly sect and the other fellows also know, so they don't dare to be too powerful. However, they are worried that they will be killed by an even more powerful force. Thus, they plan to use this world as a container for storing the myriad Tao's power after creating a huge world. When they needed it, they could immediately extract its power and use it to fight against existences that are even stronger than them. Luo Tianjun sighed. I don't want to, because they will endlessly extract this world's myriad Tao's power, and they will even swallow many people's lives, causing this world to collapse. Xiaolong and I left the world-defying stage, heavenly sect, and they were worried that after I created the world, I would absorb the world's energy and destroy it. Thus, They sent the most evil and vicious fellows of the world-defying stage, heavenly sect to chase after us. They were only the world-defying stage evil ancestor and the world-defying dragon demon. But they had been completely exterminated. Now that the world has been completed and has even grown, the entire world contains an extremely powerful myriad Tao and is not under their control. Furthermore, the rules of the myriad Tao have already been spread throughout the entire world, so no one can control this world. Luo Tianjun laughed heartily. When they were sealed, they definitely did not expect such a change. Chun Xiang also laughed. That's why these guys want my world-defying beast. It's because world-defying beast can also become very powerful. Yes, so you must not let them have it, or it will be troublesome. World-defying beast are not restricted by the myriad Tao's laws. When world-defying stage dragon ancestor thought about this, he became nervous. He was more worried that the world-defying beast would be obtained by the world-defying stage heavenly sect. Luo Tianjun shook his head. I am not really worried about world-defying stage heavenly sect right now. With Chun Xiang's current rate of growth, there shouldn't be any need to worry about him in the future. The myriad Tao divine mountain was very powerful. Otherwise, they would not have been able to seal the world-defying stage heavenly sect for so many years. What I'm afraid of now is that myriad Tao divine mountain is no longer the original myriad Tao divine mountain. Luo Tianjun said, even though the people in the myriad Tao divine mountain are all nurtured by the power of the myriad Tao, they can be said to be a group of people who maintain the functioning of the myriad Tao's laws and punish those who break it. However, everything would change, and this change was difficult to control. He was afraid that they had already entered the evil path. World-defying stage heavenly sect was originally quite good as well, but those elders also took the wrong path in the end. It's out. With a loud shout from the outside, Qin Xiang and the rest were thrown out. Looked around, they were in a plaza, and because they were high up in the clouds, the sunlight was intense, the area was filled with people. All of them had decent strength, and there was a large number of venerable ancestor later stage S. 7 original ancestor S. After so many years, I have already brought back the Luo Tianjun who betrayed the world-defying stage, heavenly sect back then. Luo Jianqing pulled his voice and shouted towards the 7 towers in the distance. Seeing this, Luo Tianjun laughed coldly before sending a sound transmission to Chen Xiang. Check your surroundings to see if you can escape from this place. When Chen Xiang came out, he had already investigated him and felt that there was nothing wrong with it. Although there were spatial insects flying around, they could not detect his time and SPAC power. The original ancestor are currently in closed-door cultivation. Leave all the important matters to me. Luo Jianhao. On his hand was a ring that could dazzle the eyes. The red light emitted by the ring came from a small red stone, and after being exposed to the sunlight, it radiated light, causing the surroundings to be dyed red. I am the sect leader. If the original ancestor do not have time, then it should be me taking care of this matter. Luo Jianqing was furious in his heart. He had gone through great pains to capture Qin Xiang, and the news of him possessing a world-defying green dragon had already spread throughout the entire world-defying stage heavenly sect. This extremely arrogant and unruly-looking Luo Jianhao in front of him seemed to be his sworn enemy. He would absolutely not allow Chen Xiang to fall into his mortal enemy's hands. Otherwise, the world-defying green dragon might just fall into Luo Jianhao's hands. See 3020. See 3020, you need to understand clearly. I am one of the disciples of the 7 original ancestor S. Who doesn't know the status of I, Luo Jianhao here? Luo Jianhao let out a cold laugh and had already walked toward Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang originally wanted to use the time and SPAC power to leave, but he suddenly changed his mind. Luo Jianhao smiled as he came to Qin Xiang's side. He looked at Luo Jianqing and said, Sect leader, I'll be taking this youth away. Qin Xiang suddenly muttered, Even such a weak fellow is afraid. How is he going to be the sect leader? Of course, Luo Jianhao and Luo Jianqing knew that Qin Xiang was trying to sow discord. But what Qin Xiang said was right. Luo Jianqing's strength was indeed much stronger than the flask. Plussing read Luo Jianhao in front of him. The corner of Luo Jianqing's eyes twitched. The Luo Jianhao in front of him had angered him greatly, but he could not do anything about it. Brat, you have overestimated our sect leader. Do you think that with just a few words, you can provoke him to deal with me? You're wrong, very wrong. Luo Jianhao actually said such contemptuous words in front of Luo Jianqing. Looking at his appearance, it was obvious that he looked down on Luo Jianqing and was not afraid of Luo Jianqing at all. There were a lot of people here, but everyone understood in their hearts that Luo Jianqing did not dare to fight against the red-clothed youth, because there was only death waiting for him. The 7 original Ancestor S are still the same. Luo Tianjun could not help but laugh. Looks like they are still unrepentant. He didn't expect them to be like this. It's such a waste of energy that novels would nurture such trolls. Plus, traitor, you dare look down on me? Luo Jianhao was instantly enraged. No one had ever dared to call him trash before. Yes, even traitors look down on you. World-defying stage dragon ancestor laughed loudly. Luo Jianhao, you little thief. Back then in world-defying stage heavenly sect, you were just a guy with unclean hands and feet who went around stealing pills everywhere. What right do you have to make others look at you with respect? Are you really blind, or are there no good seedlings in the world-defying stage heavenly sect? I really don't understand. Old dog, how dare you insult me? Luo Jianhao had been exposed like this in front of so many people, exposing all of his shameful deeds. Am I wrong with my curses? If you have the guts, come and beat me up. The world-defying stage dragon ancestor laughed. You little thing truly are lucky to have been nurtured by the 7 original Ancestor S. Otherwise you would have already been beaten to death by now. I'll let you talk too much. The veins on Luo Jianhao's forehead were popping out. He roared and fiercely slapped towards world-defying stage dragon ancestor. But just as he was about to reach out, world-defying stage dragon ancestor used a kind of inconceivable speed to attack. Just as Luo Jianhao's palm was about to touch world-defying stage dragon ancestor's cheek, his abdomen was penetrated by world-defying stage dragon ancestor's dragon claws. And following that, Luo Tianjun came over to Luo Jianhao and pressed his hand on Luo Jianhao's head. All of this was just too sudden, especially Luo Jianqing. He had just seen world-defying stage dragon ancestor and Luo Tianjun cursing Luo Jianhao nonstop, and was feeling extremely satisfied in his heart. However, just as he was feeling happy inside, he had become like this. Luo Jianqing was in charge of bringing Qin Xiang and the others back. That was only yesterday. At that time, Qin Xiang and the world-defying stage dragon ancestor had already consumed a lot of their energy and could no longer fight, while Luo Tianjun was more or less the same. However, looking at the speed at which world-defying stage dragon ancestor attacked just now, he had already recovered to his peak condition, and Luo Tianjun was the same. S strength was not weak, and he was even from the heavenly generation. Amongst the world-defying stage heavenly sect S, there were not many who were from the heavenly generation, and they were even fewer than the 7 original Ancestor S. But the elder who held the most power in this plaza might have been dragged by the world-defying stage evil ancestor for many years, but his strength was definitely not weak. All of you, behave, or else I will take this brat's life, Luo Tianjun said. A dignified world-defying stage Tao ancestor like you actually dared to do such a vulgar thing. How shameless are you? Luo Jianqing immediately said he was also extremely anxious if Luo Jianhao died. He might have to escape world-defying stage heavenly sect. Others might not know, but Luo Jianqing was very clear that Luo Jianhao was the grandson of one of the 7 original Ancestor S. In the past, there were still many grandchildren in the 7 original Ancestor S, but many had died while fighting against the myriad Tao Divine Mountain. And only after that did one of the original Ancestor find out that Luo Jianhao was the illegitimate child of one of his sons, which was why he took him as his disciple. This kind of old fellow regarded continuation of the bloodline as something important, and it was one thing if he was killed by the myriad Tao Divine Mountain. After all, he was their enemy, but in the world-defying stage heavenly sect, because he was careless and got himself killed, the consequences could be imagined. Although Luo Jianqing had the word sword, he was not a descendant of the 7 original Ancestor S. Even though his grandfather was once of the same generation as the 7 original Ancestor S, his cultivation was too weak and he died in battle with the myriad Tao Divine Mountain, so there was naturally no need for protection. Luo Tianjun had already figured out something just now, and was able to guess that it was the grandson of one of the elders. Chun Xiang patted his biu, and stood up from the ground, laughing. This guy was previously so arrogant, but now he's scaring like a dog. You all, what are your conditions? Luo Jianqing's forehead was filled with cold sweat. He knew that Luo Tianjun was already shameless. If he angered them, killing Luo Jianhao would be troublesome. Let those 7 old BASTARDS come out and see me. Luo Tianjun said, They will be here soon. That will be your time. Luo Jianhao said as he gnashed his teeth. He seemed to have something that could send a message to the 7 original Ancestor S. Just as he finished speaking, Luo Tianjuan's expression changed. Chun Xiang and world-defying stage dragon ancestor also sensed it. Is this the power of the prideful divine body? Chun Xiang was extremely shocked. Even though the person was far away, his aura made them tremble in fear, and many of the people here were already kneeling on the ground. Even the sect leader, Luo Jianqing, was kneeling down on one knee, his entire body drenched in sweat and his face deathly pale. He actually succeeded in cultivating the primordial divine body. Let's go. Luo Tianjun was very decisive. The hand he was pressing on Luo Jianhao's head suddenly released power, releasing it into the divine Sen-Si, only to see Luo Jianhao immediately bleeding from his 7 orifices. Chun Xiang anxiously used the power of SPAC to bring world-defying stage Tao Ancestor and Luo Tianjun away from this place. Just as they were leaving, an elder had already appeared and actually extended 10 arms. The arms were like long swords, seemingly wanting to pierce into the bodies of Chun Xiang and the other 2. However, he did not expect that Chun Xiang and the rest could actually escape from this place. He looked around at the SPAC evil beetles floating in the air, his face full of suspicion. Grandfather, my divine Sen-Si is gone. It's gone. Luo Jianhao laid on the ground and howled. It's all right. I will get you to cultivate it again. The red-robed elder looked at Luo Jianqing, who was kneeling down, and snorted. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and capture those 3 fellows. Don't bother with world-defying green dragoness, as long as they're corpses or their souls. See 3021. See 3021, although Chun Xiang's world-defying green dragon was very precious, the red-robed elder believed that after he cultivated the primordial divine body, he would definitely have a way to cultivate the world-defying beast. He did not need Chun Xiang's world-defying green dragon to begin with, and at that time he might not even be able to control it. The original ancestor was more worried about Chun Xiang's world-defying green dragon maturing, because Chun Xiang's world-defying green dragon was currently very weak, but the strength that it had displayed was already very strong. If this world-defying beast managed to cultivate the primordial divine body, its strength would be even more terrifying, and at that time it would not be something the humans could fight against. Therefore, what they were considering right now was not to obtain the world-defying green dragon, but to kill it and kill the sapling which posed a great threat to them, to die in the cradle. How dare he cripple my grandson? He will suffer. The red-robed elder was extremely furious. If he did not have his own matters to attend to, he would have personally gone to chase after Qin Xiang and the rest. Qin Xiang brought Luo Tianjun and the world-defying Green Dragon and left the world-defying stage Heavenly Sect, arriving at Divine Wasteland. Previously, Qin Xiang was either in the Myriad Tao Mausoleum or in the Flying Dragon Pag. Oh, duh. So it had been a long time since he had last traveled across the vast Divine Wasteland. We finally made it out. Luo Tianjun looked around and confirmed that he was far away from world-defying stage Heavenly Sect. He confirmed that he was familiar with the Divine Wasteland and heaved a sigh of relief. 1. Ben, read fiction. Ibdu, I finally returned to this place. Qin Xiang took in a deep breath. The power of the Myriad Tao here was extremely thin. It could not compare to the power inside the Flying Dragon Experience Place and Myriad Tao Mausoleum. Strange. What caused the Divine Wasteland's power to weaken? As the person who founded this world, Luo Tianjun was extremely sensitive to such things and very quickly discovered that something was amiss. The world-defying stage dragon ancestor also nodded his head. Divine Wasteland's power is not that weak. Usually, when this kind of situation happens, it means that a large portion of Divine Wasteland's resources will be gathered. Could it be that a lot of powerful warriors were born here? Qin Xiang had previously heard that those who cultivated to the peak would usually consume a lot of resources, causing the power of the Myriad Tao in the world to weaken. That was the reason why there were world-defying stage Divine Mausoleum-s present. They wanted those top rankers who had absorbed too much resources to die and recycle the Myriad Tao's power and then distribute it among themselves. Yes. Luo Tianjun nodded heavily. This is not simple. Right? When you came to the Divine Wasteland before, was it like this? Qin Xiang had told them that he came here from an even weaker world and that he had already been in Divine Wasteland for many years. When I first came here, it was like this. Some of my old friends told me the same thing. This situation exists many times now. Qin Xiang's words made Luo Tianjun and world-defying stage dragon ancestor even more shocked. Could it be that the Flying Dragon Pag, and the Myriad Tao Mausoleum are consuming too much resources? Furthermore, there is still a world-defying stage Divine Mausoleum among the Myriad Tao Mausoleum-s. So this world-defying stage Divine Mausoleum will definitely need to consume a lot of Myriad Tao's power. Qin Xiang said. No, after I built the Flying Dragon Pag. And the Myriad Tao Mausoleum before, the power of the Myriad Tao wasn't as weak as it is now, which would not affect the Myriad Tao's power at all. Luo Tianjun said, World-defying stage Divine Mausoleum existed since long ago, and at that time the degree of power in the Myriad Tao had already been fixed. Although the Myriad Tao Mausoleum I built and the Flying Dragon Pag, DS also consumed a large amount of power from the Myriad Tao-s. It definitely wouldn't weaken them by more than 10 times. The corner of Qin Xiang's eyebrows twitched. The power of the Divine Wasteland-s had actually been this dense before. No wonder Luo Tianjun had such suspicions. What exactly is the reason? Did this happen right after you built the Myriad Tao Mausoleum and the Flying Dragon Pag? And you all entered the seal? Qin Xiang said, It should be. Someone must have done something when I was being sealed. Only Myriad Tao Divine Mountain would have such power. Luo Tianjun frowned. I wonder what Myriad Tao Divine Mountain is planning to do. The Myriad Tao Divine Mountain had always existed, but it had been well hidden, so no one had discovered it. Now that the seal had been broken, the Myriad Tao Divine Mountain would definitely not be able to sit still and come out. We can go and ask about the Myriad Tao Divine Mountain. Maybe the Myriad Tao Divine Mountain has already appeared in the Divine Wasteland. Qin Xiang said. Luo Tianjun nodded. All right. Just as he finished the word good, a hearty laugh suddenly rang out. You don't need to ask. The sudden voice made Chun Xiang and the others tense up, as if they were ready to fight. The person who appeared was an old man with a long beard who wore a white robe. After he appeared, he stroked his beard and smiled. I am an elder of Myriad Tao Divine Mountain. My name is Dong Zhenjiang. You can call me Elder Dong. Dong Zhenjiang was very strong. When Chen Xiang faced him, he felt that qi, making him feel like he was facing Luo Tianjun, and maybe even stronger than Luo Tianjun. In other words, this elder of the Myriad Tao Divine Mountain in front of him had cultivated the world-defying holy body and had reached the large success stage of the sacred body. Myriad Tao Divine Mountain. Luo Tianjun was still extremely vigilant. That's right, I already know a little about your matters. Since you are the enemies of the world-defying stage heavenly sect, then you can join us and fight against the world-defying stage heavenly sect together. Dong Zhenjiang smiled and said, We have enough resources for your cultivation. The reason why the Myriad Tao's power has become so thin is mainly because a portion of it is controlled by us, the Myriad Tao Divine Mountain. This way, most people wouldn't waste it, and the power of the Myriad Tao will be able to flow in thin streams. Luo Tianjun and world-defying stage dragon ancestor were extremely unhappy. They hated this kind of method because it was unfair. Qin Xiang, right? You are from natural law world. You are very famous there. Some of your friends talk about you often. And today the Myriad Tao Divine Mountain also has you, your friends and relatives, all received our clan elders' guidance. They can all improve by leaps and bounds. Dong Zhenjiang laughed. Why don't you come to our Myriad Tao Divine Mountain to have a look? Thank you, Elder Dong, for thinking so highly of me. But I just came out of Myriad Tao Mausoleum, and I have a lot of old friends here. I would like to talk to them first. Qin Xiang immediately smiled. He did not say that he would not join Myriad Tao Divine Mountain, nor did he say that he would, and only gave Dong Zhenjiang a vague answer. That's true. You've been busy for so long. You should rest up now as well. Our Myriad Tao Divine Mountain will welcome you here at any time. Dong Zhenjiang smiled, then looked at Luo Tianjun and world-defying stage dragon ancestor and said, Both of you are extremely valuable talents. I sincerely wish to invite you to join the Myriad Tao Divine Mountain. I understand that Chen Xiang is someone who cannot sit still, and I did not let him join. I just made him come to the Myriad Tao Divine Mountain from time to time to take a look, and the two of you shouldn't be like that guy. See 3022. See 3022. Dong Zhenjiang looked good on the surface, but Chen Xiang did not trust this person. This was mainly because he did not trust Myriad Tao Divine Mountain. Luo Tianjun and world-defying stage Tao ancestor looked to be smiling. Chun Xiang knew that they would definitely be on their guard against Dong Zhenjiang. He didn't know whether or not they would agree. All right, since we don't have anywhere to go, and there must be many strong warriors in the Myriad Tao Divine Mountain, this should be very suitable for us. Luo Tianjun laughed. He actually agreed to it, which is unexpected for Qin Xiang, right? There are still 2 more friends who might want to join. Can you let them join as well? Luo Tianjun gave Chen Xiang a meaningful glance before sending him a sound transmission. Myriad Tao Divine Mountain doesn't dare to come back right now. They are indeed lacking in manpower, and we are lacking in cultivation resources. If we join the Myriad Tao Divine Mountain, the divine pills would definitely nurture us. But you are different. You have world-defying green dragon, so it is best not to go. Let Tang Zhongjie and Fong Haoyun, these 2 friends of yours, out. I will bring them along. I will guide them in cultivation so that they can cultivate the world-defying holy body as soon as possible. When Chen Xiang heard this, he immediately understood and released Tang Zhongjie and Fong Haoyun. Seeing that there were still 2 more world-defying stage S, Dong Zhenjiang's eyes lit up. Revealing a happy look, he laughed. Great! Don't worry. When we get to Myriad Tao Divine Mountain, I promise that I will not slow you down. And at that time, I will definitely treat you as important guests. Rankers like you are extremely rare in the myriad Tao Divine Mountain. Dong Zhanjiang felt that he did not manage to recruit Qinxiang, but was able to recruit these few people. This was already a huge gain. He understood Qinxiang very well because he had gathered a lot of information about Qinxiang from the natural law world. So he did not hold much hope when he came here. Then we'll part ways here. I'm going to look for my old friends. Qinxiang laughed. All right, until we meet again. It could be said that they had received Qinxiang's help before. Even if Qinxiang wasn't as strong as them, they still respected him a lot in their hearts. Qinxiang used his spatial energy to teleport away. He was not going to look for his friends. He was just looking for a place to hide. Ever since he met the people from the world-defying stage, Heavenly Sect, he knew that his world-defying green dragon was extremely important, so he had no choice but to be wary of them. Aren't you going to look for your old friend? Jiang Sime asked. I'm not going. They're all fine now. I don't want them to be implicated because of me. Qinxiang had the 6 realms time and SPAC door to use, so he could go find his old friends anytime he wanted. It's just that he felt that his situation wasn't looking good, so he didn't go. Sun Lingxing and Long Chumu were currently inside the Yuyao Mountain Villa, and they were not the kind of women who liked to wander the world. So they did not plan to leave the Yuyao Mountain Villa at the moment, and decided to stay there for a long time. They all knew that Qinxiang was able to refine a pill to cultivate the primordial divine body, but it would take a while for him to understand the power of the time laws, so there was no issue with the time. So what do you plan to do now? Sun Lingxing asked. I plan to refine a batch of heaven and earth infinite Dan and see if there is any way to get them back to natural law world. Qinxiang had chatted with LV Chilean before, and the strongest females in the hundreds of flowers village were only venerable ancestor later stage. Not one of them was from world-defying stage. The heavenly dragon city was better. Long Jiuxiao had already gone into closed-door training to break through to world-defying stage. Could it be that the myriad Tao Divine Mountain does not intend to pass on the secret methods to those who enter the world-defying stage? Sun Lingxing said, I've asked them. Myriad Tao Divine Mountain is willing, but there are conditions. You must join Myriad Tao Divine Mountain. Qinxiang said this is equivalent to selling their bodies, so they did not immediately agree. To Myriad Tao Divine Mountain, the venerable ancestor later stage is not a threat. So, even if I help them cultivate to the venerable ancestor later stage, in the future, if I don't join their Myriad Tao Divine Mountain, I won't be a threat. Then what about Luo Tianjun and the others? If they were to go to Myriad Tao Divine Mountain, wouldn't they also need to brand it? Long Chumu asked. If you want to add them, they will definitely leave Myriad Tao Divine Mountain. They are already world-defying stages people. So Myriad Tao Divine Mountain doesn't dare to have too many restrictions on them. Qinxiang said, the only reason that the Myriad Tao Divine Mountain is looking for them is because he hopes to fight against a common enemy. Sun Lingxing said, in that case, the Myriad Tao Divine Mountain within the natural law world does indeed wish to find some slaves that can completely obey their orders. Qinxiang sighed. Yes, from the looks of it, Myriad Tao Divine Mountain is still considered gentle. If it comes to that, it's hard to say. They might not be in a rush to do anything, so they can still use gentle methods. If they were in a rush, it would be hard to say. I am unable to return to the natural law world right now, so I need to help them consolidate their strength as soon as possible. Qinxiang understood Heavenly Dragon City very well. Myriad Tao Divine Mountain was unable to force them to submit. Even if they were to die, they would definitely not lower their heads to him. Right now, Qinxiang was hiding inside a cave and started refining his heaven and earth infinite Dan. The quality of the heaven and earth infinite Dan he refined using the derivation method and the crash method was very high. He didn't need to eat much to enter the world-defying stage. Plus, he used the power of time to buy time. He could quickly refine a lot of them. It's much easier for me to refine heaven and earth infinite Dan now. This is the power of the world-defying stage's profound rank. As Chun Xiang refined the pills relaxed, he checked on the door of the hundreds of Flowers Village to see if anyone had come out. Although there was no one around, Chun Xiang still intended to give it a try and see if he could get something back. Let's try and see if we can throw the stone inside. Chun Xiang used his spatial energy to lock onto a rock beside him. Then, with a jolt of his mind, he thought to throw this rock into the place Natural Law World had specified. He only thought about it seriously before that stone suddenly disappeared and appeared inside the Natural Law World. However, he used up a lot of world-defying stage divine power. The consumption rate is actually 100 times more than normal. Chun Xiang now understood why Natural Law Divine Lord did not send his clones over very often. The consumption was indeed huge. Seems like I need to find a way to return to the Natural Law World. This was the biggest problem that Chun Xiang was facing. The formation that Chun Xiang teleported over just now was made of stone hitting the hundreds of Flowers Village. It must have created quite a big commotion. Sure enough, someone quickly came out to check. It was a cute little kitten. You air. Chun Xiang immediately shouted, C-3023. C-3023. Since Yuera could use the power of the S-P-A-C laws, that was why she was sent out. It would be safer for her. Chun Xiang. Yuera cried out in surprise. You can get something here now? Was that you making a commotion just now? Yes, I threw a stone in. Chun Xiang chuckled. Next time I'll throw 7 stones in a row, after you guys sense it from inside. You will know that I want to contact you all. All right, I understand. When we go back later, I'll tell them. Yuera hurriedly nodded her head. Oh, right. How is Senior Jiu Zhao's progress? Chun Xiang asked. He is still in closed-door training, but there is a high chance that he will be able to step into the world-defying stage. Yuera replied, Myriad Tao Divine Mountain's conditions are extremely harsh. Plus no one in Heavenly Dragon City or the hundreds of Flowers Village is willing to. But a few other new forces have agreed to submit to the Myriad Tao Divine Mountain. It looks like it won't be long before the Natural Law World has a large number of experts from the world-defying stage. The Myriad Tao Divine Mountain controlled the power of the Divine Wasteland and the various major worlds. They definitely had some way to help people quickly step into the world-defying stage. What kind of power are they? Chun Xiang asked. You've never heard of it. Back then, many of the powers of the same era as ours had already been annihilated. Heavenly Dragon City and I have never caused any trouble, so we were perfectly fine and no one dared to hit us. Yuera flew onto the tree trunk, sat on it, and continued. However, after Myriad Tao Divine Mountain arrived, there were fewer disputes among them. Don't let Myriad Tao Divine Mountain control them too well. Right now, we are just worried that after those powerful forces come, they might come find us and attack us. Although there are no grievances or hatred, the Myriad Tao Divine Mountain may use these methods to force us. Furthermore, those powers have always been hostile towards us. The main reason is because they feel that we are too strong and want to trample over us. Yuera humphed tenderly as she spoke. Oh, right. How is your Myriad Tao Divine Mountain doing? I met an elder from the Myriad Tao Divine Mountain just now. He was very strong. He cultivated the world-defying holy body, and his body was at the large success stage of the saint body. Chun Xiang said, This guy seems to know me very well and even wanted to invite me to join the Myriad Tao Divine Mountain. However, a few of my friends decided to sneak in and test the waters, so they joined. It seems like you're doing pretty well up there. You know so many powerful friends. Yuera laughed. Don't forget that I'm a very powerful alchemist. I'm currently helping you guys refine heaven and earth infinite Dan that can easily step into the world-defying stage. You guys eat it, and you'll be able to step into the world-defying stage very soon. Chen Xiang laughed. Quickly go and get Sister Feng and the others to help me concoct pills. I have something to instruct them about. All right. Yue immediately flew back and brought Feng Yujie and Hua Xianyue out not long after. Looking at the mature and charming Feng Yujie and the seductive Hua Xianyue, Qin Xiang couldn't help but to start laughing mischievously. It had been a long time since he had been intimate with these beauties. Bad guy, if you have something important to say, then say it quickly. Feng Yujie scoffed. Little scoundrel, when are you coming back? Big sister misses you so much. Hua Xianyue said coquettishly. This is the medicine used to refine heaven and earth infinite Dan. Chen Xiang coughed dryly a few times and then gave them some medicinal ingredients. If it wasn't for the limited time, Qin Xiang would definitely have wanted to chat with them more. Right now, he could only quickly teach them the method to refine this pill. When Chen Xiang first refined the heaven and earth infinite Dan, he was also only at the venerable ancestor realm. So he felt that these girls who were very familiar with the heavenly alchemy would definitely be able to do so. It's going to be tough on you guys next. Of course, the heaven and earth infinite Dan that I refine will first be eaten by your thugs, so it has the function of protection. Qin Xiang said, and if you all feel that refining pills requires the power of world-defying stage, you can take it first. As for such an even distribution, you all can decide for yourselves. Got it. Feng Yujie and the others knew the purpose of the myriad Tao Divine Mountain, and this was a huge threat to them. All right, I'll continue to concoct pills. After I'm done concocting, I'll have you come out to retrieve it. Qin Xiang said before withdrawing his spiritual will from the natural law world. Qin Xiang had continuously refined heaven and earth infinite Dan for 2 years, and there were only 200 of them in total, which was enough for 20 people to enter world-defying stage. Even though he had used the power of time, it had still taken Qin Xiang a month. The myriad Tao Divine Mountain did not know when he was going to make his move, so time was of the essence. Qin Xiang found 9 stones and threw them into the natural law world, SMAs, plussing them onto the barrier enchantment. Not long after, Yue came out. Qin Xiang asked about myriad Tao Divine Mountain situation, and after knowing that myriad Tao Divine Mountain had yet to take any action, he felt a lot more at ease. Okay, I will give my heaven and earth infinite Dan to you now. There are 200 heaven and earth infinite Dan in total, and one person eating 10 of them will be able to step into the world-defying stage. Qin Xiang said, well, they've already discussed it. Furthermore, there is good news. Shuang Ru just returned. She said that her father has already stepped into the world-defying stage. Yu said, wait a moment, let her take some pills to the heavenly dragon city. All right. Qin Xiang nodded. I will go and chat with Senior Jiushao later. After that, he brought the box containing the heaven and earth infinite Dan to Yue, and upon seeing this, he almost fainted. He had consumed too much energy, and in an instant, he was drained of all his energy. Could it be because the heaven and earth infinite Dan contains too much energy? Chen Xiang didn't expect it to turn out like this. He watched Yue take the pellet back with him, and only then was he at ease. I'm going to the myriad Tao mausoleum right now. The mysterious inheritance inside might be of great help to me. Chen Xiang still had one more person to find in the myriad Tao mausoleum, which was the well-informed ghost. He wanted to ask well-informed ghost a few things to see if the well-informed ghost knew how to make him return to the natural law world. Before he left, he still needed to rest for a while. Did the myriad Tao Divine Mountain change the rules? Chen Xiang had this suspicion. Back then, Natural Law Divine Lord's cultivation was not high either, but he was able to get a clone from the Divine Wasteland. Abominable myriad Tao Divine Mountain. Chen Xiang cursed a few times in his heart. After recovering, he teleported into the myriad Tao mausoleum. The myriad Tao mausoleum's barrier was getting weaker and weaker. After all, it was destroyed inside. It was caused by the myriad Tao divine mountain and the world-defying stage, heavenly sect. Well-informed ghost. Chen Xiang took out the communication jade symbol paper and sent a message to the well-informed ghost. He did not know if the well-informed ghost was still there. Chen Xiang, you're finally back. The ghost emperor died. Did you do this? The communication jade symbol paper soon started to shake, and the voice of the well-informed ghost traveled over. Hee, that guy died a terrible death. Chen Xiang laughed. We have come together. I have something to ask you. Right? I am asking you a question now. Are you still taking my Tao crystal?